All right, looks like we're live. Throw some shout outs while I'm letting folks know that we're going. So VCT was on today, or he's still on today, I should say. He's been working on Dragon Quest. Just kind of going back through and getting back into streaming. So that's cool.
You win!
And Cosmic was on this morning, so I'll give them a shout as well. Pulse is on, doing some Call of Duty. Foxy Man was on with Gillo Monday. And Avanos is currently on. I'm not quite sure what he's playing. Looks like some kind of Ninja Shadow of Darkness. So, throw those up. While we're doing other things, let's make sure Redeem still works. I mean, I can see Streamlabs, so that's fine. Alright.
So hard to shave, it's so thick. Oh, I turned it off for a second, hold on. I unplugged it.
How can it be? Ah! What am I? What is it? What am I fighting? What for?
Alrighty. Oh, and Wolfie was going earlier too. Give him a shouty.
I'm gonna get you. What? What? He's on the ground. Okay. Alright. He was on the ground. Hello. Are you joking?
What kind of random still they'd have bracelet?
I think I redeemed Sega while Wolfie's clip is playing. That's his usual thing.
It'd have been like
I might have made a minor alteration to that particular alert. Make sure this works.
特に女、子供、エルフの匂いには。
いやよ、こいつ止めてよ。慣れますよ。
Alright, let's get going. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Retro Achievement Review. Let me get a link up to retroachievements.org. Yeah. And we will pin that for the night, as usual. There we go. All right, so if you're new to this, to the show, or if you're watching the VOD, what are Retro Achievements? Retro Achievements are achievements and challenges that are put together. People have volunteered their time and effort to program up some logic where you kind of hook an emulator up to this site. You log in and create a profile on this site. And there's kind of this automated tracking of different achievements and challenges that you've completed in given game, in various games, where they like watch memory, and then they can, figure out if you've completed, been able to defeat such and such a boss, been able to defeat that boss without taking any damage, have, found all the treasures in a given dungeon, various achievements of that nature. And this is like achievements that are put together for a lot of retro games, so things on all the way back to like Atari 2600, Fairchild Channel F, so various other systems you may or may not have heard of before, stuff like the Amstrad CPC and the trying to some of them, WASM. Well, I guess that's actually more recent, but anyway, all the way back to 70s and 80s computers and consoles, all the way forward to now PlayStation 2 and GameCube. And so these new achievements, kind of like your PlayStation trophies and your Xbox achievements, they really like breathe new life, I should say, into a lot of these older games and give us reason to go back and play them. And it kind of provides a nice like place where you talk to other people that are working on achievements. Maybe you share guides on how to do things. You kind of go head to head a little bit on who's achieved more this week, who's achieved more this year, or who's been able to badge this game versus badging that game. So it kind of builds a sense of community around retro gaming, and it's really cool. So that's retroachievements.org, and what we do here is we go through the last week's worth of new sets that have come out on the site for various games. A lot of them are like entirely new things. Some of us have never heard of, stuff that stayed in Japan, never came over here, stuff that just kind of when a lot of us were younger, you get like one game a year, or maybe 2 games a year, one for a birthday, one for Christmas. So you missed out on a lot. So kind of gives you a reason to go back and play some of these things. Welcome in, Wolfie. Good to see ya. That was redeeming earlier. I don't know why it's not going now. Oh, it's because you used an N. Welcome in, Wolfie. Welcome in, Wise. I may have made a little alteration to that alert, as you note, Wolfie. But welcome in, guys. Hope you're having a great night. What have you guys been playing? New Sega sound, indeed. I was looking at Taruto-chan on Sega, and I watched the opening, and it was just too cute to leave. So I grabbed that Sega instead. It's I like it. It's nice. Finally started Super Mario Sunshine. Oh yeah, I saw you were playing earlier. You rated in on Foxy. So hope you're having a good time with that. And Wise started up Hulk Ultimate Destruction. Nice. All right. So we're a little behind again, just because last Monday I took too much time playing certain games and kind of wasted time on some things. But we are starting with Fallout Brotherhood of Steel tonight. It's the first one, and hopefully we can get through some of these. I'm not going to play all of them. There are a bunch I definitely do want to play. I think I'm just going to skip over a lot of the ones that aren't really my genre. I'm not super big into fighting games, so we'll just watch some vids of those as we go. But I do want to try Fallout, so instead of this one. You played it when you were younger, but you never beat it, so you're hyped to go all the way, even if you don't manage to badge it. Yeah, that's cool. Like, just beating, getting around to beating games. And, you get some achievements for it, sure, but it's like, I don't know, just having a reason to go back and play things is kind of fun. Alright, so we got Brotherhood of Steel, achievement set here, quite a few missables, and it is worth a fair chunk of points, which I know for PS2 sets, oftentimes, for how many hours you have to put in, compared to a lot of like the NES games and SNES games and Genesis and so on, like a lot of them feel pretty undervalued. Like last week we had the achievement of the week last week was Disaster Report on PS2, and that's only worth 200 points total. And it's like, you have to get 4 playthroughs through the game. So it's a lot of time invested. It's like probably at least 20-ish hours to complete, 20, 25 hours. So for 200 points, it seems a little small. But anyway, this one's 700, so it's a little bit more up to par. see. So there's a couple of story events here. Oh, dang. Hey, BCG. Thank you for the raid, sir. I thought you were going to go for a while yet. Did you get the Dragon Lord down?
Hello, and again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer Aided
Thanks for the
Enrichment
follow,
Center.
Rabbit People. First try. Nice. GG, sir. So if you guys don't know Vintage, give him a follow. He's a really cool dude. He's one of the early on. He's one of the guys that really got me into doing a lot of the various sets that I've worked on, or not worked on in terms of developed, but played. He got me into the whole Dragon Quest bandwagon. So I've been on that. Very cool guy. Fun to hang out with. He's been doing some speedruns on Dragon Quest. Wasn't quite a speedrun today, but just kind of getting back into it, I think. 5 hours and some change, minus the bathroom breaks. Nice. Nice. Classic game. Well, we are just starting in. Just barely started. We're looking at the set right now for Fallout Brotherhood of Steel on PS2. Thank you for the follow, Turd Ferguson. Awesome name there. Gotta love, what was that? That was, Norm Macdonald, right? Was, doing his, Burt Reynolds, impersonation. It was a classic Jeopardy. Celebrity Jeopardy. SNL? Oh, yeah. Saturday Night Live. Yep. Back when it was funny. Yeah. Okay, so we're just looking through. So there's the progression achievements. There are some damageless achievos in here for a giant rad scorpion. Find a lost cat. Get a liquor recipe. So yeah, a lot of like missable story events. Save all 37 innocents in Carbon Town. Kill a boss without using a stim pack, so no healing. Find some stuff. Some more collection stuff. Do some arena stuff. Beat an enemy without getting poisoned. Do some side quest stuff, looks like. At least 25 spare parts and a single delivery. Put Patty out of her misery. Okay, so you will need to beat the game with each character. And you will need to beat the game, looks like with any character, but on the harder difficulties. Max out your armor. Nuke your inventory. Okay. So let's boot this one up and give it a go. This is Fallout Brotherhood of Steel. So I played original. So this is this is one of the three original Fallout games from Interplay. This is before it got picked up by Bethesda. Before you had Fallout 3, and then you had Fallout New Vegas from, I think it was Obsidian, and I think Obsidian had a lot of folks that came from Interplay, but it's a very different game, and it was a very different team altogether. Let's see where's Fallout. There it is. So I would say this is the last of the games made by the original team. Now, the first two were really good games. I would highly recommend playing them. Far better than anything Bethesda's put out. But they were tactical RPGs. Had some really interesting innovations. If you played any of the Wasteland games, they used the GURP, I think it's the GURP system. But it's a very different kind of game than the later entries. Let's go to the PS2 scene here. The Bethesda slander? What slander? Alright. Let me know if that's too loud.
In the 1950s, we dreamed of a better world. Clean, fusion-powered cars, robots that walk the dog. Peaceful existence thanks to the wonders of science. We were close to achieving that dream when war broke out. Nuclear weapons were used without restraint. It was the nightmare everyone feared. It was the Great War. Millions died during the first attacks. A few people fled to underground vaults, but many more on the surface fell victim to the burning, poisonous air. For those who endured, there was only the wasteland. No order, no law, only survival. Radiation and new viruses changed the face of life on Earth forever. Out of nowhere, an army of giants called mutants appeared. They slaughtered many people and altered many more to add to their numbers. The Brotherhood of Steel, self-appointed knights of the wasteland, arose to drive off the mutants. They gave humanity peace and a glimmer of hope. But even now, the Brotherhood remains small in number, limited in power. And the dangers of the wasteland only seem to grow with each day that passes.
So I'm not quite sure what to expect with this one. It's an action RPG. I don't know how it plays, whether it's more like a hack and slash, or whether it's more like a third-person shooter. I guess we'll see as we go. Sure. Okay, not much to change here. Hey, Rev. It's like Dark Alliance and Champions of Noria. Snowblind engine game. Gotcha. Okay. So kind of, like a console version of Diablo-ish? I haven't actually really played too much of either of those either, so hard to say. But we'll just go with we'll go with the harder difficulty. Alright, so we got Cain, Nadia, and Cyrus. Top-down action RPG? Gotcha. What are the roots that clutch? What branches grow out of this stony rubbish? Son of man, you cannot say, or guess. For you know only a heap of broken images where the sun beats, and the dead tree gives no shelter, the cricket no relief, and the dry stone no sound of water. The Wasteland by T.S. Eliot.
Deep in the wasteland lies the small town of Carbon. Once a model of pleasant rural America, Carbon is a ghost town. Its people crushed by fear and strife. Carrying minimal supplies, a Brotherhood initiate enters this troubled town. The mission begins simply. Establish contact with a group of Brotherhood paladins. But in the wasteland, nothing is ever that easy.
So we chose the ghoul. We'll see how the ghoul plays. I should say, if you're not familiar with the Fallout series, it's kind of like as you can see, as you saw from the intro though, it's kind of a post-apocalyptic setting. It doesn't take itself too seriously if you play Fallout 1 and 2. It was kind of made, so like the main games were made in the 90s. like after Berlin Wall fell.
Back in line, slaves. I can't sell you if you're dead, but I'll shoot you in the back if you try to run.
So it's already kind of like an alternate reality or alternate future.
As for you,
alternate
insects,
history.
You better bring those supplies by tomorrow.
Wait, you can't do this.
Shut your mouth, worm, before I step on you.
I will say I already like the narrator. Narrator did a good job. Sounds like the narrator for the
Alright, you gorgeous
Legacy of Kain
hunks,
games.
Let's go. And anyone who's too drunk to walk gets left behind. Now move.
Hey, where's Frank? Still in the bar. He'll catch up later. Come on.
Don't think I would hear a Berlin Wall reference today. Hasselhoff would be proud. Well, I mean, we're talking Cold War era type, you know, or a game that's kind of following off of, you know, like the Cold War had just ended. So now it's able to kind of go back to it and make fun of some of the hysteria, I think. Supposed to meet a group of brotherhood paladins somewhere in this crap old town. Ask the townspeople where you can find it.
What did I tell you? Welcome to Carbon, stranger. Most people are a little spooked because of the raiders. Some of them are busting up the bar right now. My name's Ruby. I'm what you might call an entertainer.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I remember seeing a bunch of people in armor. They didn't pay any attention to me, if you know what I mean. So, I didn't pay any attention to them. Anything little Ruby can help you with? The raiders control Carbon, really. They take what they want, and sometimes people get hurt or killed, but they ain't all bad, you know. At least they know how to party. Not like those soldiers.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so only some NPCs you can talk to. Save point, I guess. Oh wow, 583 kilobytes free. I've played a lot of PS2 games, I guess. Well, actually, I probably have a lot of saves from Disaster Report. I should probably do some management on that. Get her upper level. I'm guessing that's like a dungeon. Looks like I can go this way. Maybe? We have a jump button. No sound all of a sudden?
Well, either you're a ghoul or someone set fire to your face and put it out with a rake. Pleased to meet you. I'm Jesse, the trader here in Carbon.
Okay, we have no money. We have a pistol and some gloves. You need to upgrade the 8 MB memory card. You do folder saves in PSUX2, and you have a memory card per game. I think I probably did fiddle with it a bit to make it,
Come and trade at Jesse's, you maggots!
to make them save on the same file. Possibly just for, like, doing, subsets and stuff. But I'm not too worried about that right at this minute.
Who's that? Oh crap, it's the raiders again.
Everyone, get inside! Hurry!
Run for your lives!
Okay, we'll just keep exploring. Wait, why am I on my knees? Did I do a crouch or something? I was jumping before. What did I do here that put me on my knees?
The Raiders are back to kill us all.
Okay, that's like change what's equipped.
This is not happening.
What did I press that made me crouch? Is there any button I can press to make me not crouch? Controls. Oh, down on the D-pad crouches. Okay. Okay. Target lock, stim pack. There we go. Okay. Wait, what was attack? We should probably know what attack is. Alright, okay, X is attack, and circle is a special attack. Alright, so we'll keep our gloves, I guess. Crouching is primarily used for the limbo competitions found later in the game. I see. I see. Warehouse main storage. There's the save again. Or the other save. I'm surprised we haven't found anything to like, Oh, hey. Just as I say that, like, I'm surprised we haven't found any, you know, health or pickups or anything like that, but we found one thing at least. Alright, so we still got the bar there. Oh yeah, and that's there. Okay. Alright, let's go in the bar and see if we can talk to people.
Hey, baby.
Yes. Bum, ba, bum, ba, bum.
Come on!
Oh, there's raiders here.
That'll teach you to look at me, craphead. Hey, Armpit. Another round of your finest.
I ain't serving you bastards a freaking thing unless I get paid for the last 6 rounds.
Oh, crap! We're gonna trash your place, then we're gonna kick your ass, and then we'll have another round.
Oh, now we can punch. Okay. Got a stim pack. Oh boy. There you go, one down. Oh boy. Oh boy, this is not gonna work. There's our stim pack. Alright, we're gonna need to like get them one by one here. Come on, hit. They're hitting me a lot harder than I'm hitting them. Alright, got one down. Oh no, he didn't. He's not down yet. What the heck? Ah, jeez. Any other stim packs or anything? Ah. Nope, nope. That's not gonna work. Well, that's what I get for going for the harder difficulty. You weren't expecting the voice acting? Maybe I'm not supposed to go there yet. Higher difficulties for when you're a higher level. Can I change difficulty? No. Okay. Well then, let's start over on the normal difficulty. See normal. Is that skippable? It is!
What did I tell you? Welcome to
Okay.
Carbon, stranger. Little spooked because of the raiders? Yeah, I remember a bunch of people in armor. They didn't pay any attention to me, you know, so I paid attention to them.
Okay.
Anything little we can help you with? The raiders, Carbon, really. They take what they want, sometimes people get hurt or killed, but they all that, you know. Listen, I'm not a party. Not like soldiers. Anything we can help you with? I've lived here in Carbon all my life. We got raiders and rad scorpions, but I guess things could be worse.
Yeah, it is the achievement, so it's the first achievement in the list, anyway. To go and save that guy. The bartender. Save Armpit.
Anything little Ruby can help with?
Okay. So there's that. I remember there was a, what was it? There was something over here. There's the trader guy here. There's like a stim pack down here someplace.
Who's that?
Oh crap, it's the raiders again.
Everyone, get inside!
Oh yeah, we should probably equip. Ba-ba-ba-bum. Balls! Hey, I remember balls. That was a real drink for a while. We used to stock those at CompUSA. That's,
The raiders are back.
it's almost kind of funny to see it now. I mean, it's like it's in-game advertisement or whatever.
This is not
I
happening.
forget what the word for that is, but, it's a little something to be looked down upon in some ways, but on the other, it's almost cute now, looking back at it, since it's, I don't even know if they have balls anymore. Yeah, product placement, that's the word. Thank you, Wolfie. I don't know if that brand is even around anymore. It's just kind of funny. Alright. I guess we should save before we go in. Just in case we get owned again. Save over that one. You can get balls on Amazon. Hey, Pern, welcome in, sir. It's not that popular anymore, though. Yeah, I don't know if it was all that popular to begin with. Like, we drank a bunch just because it was, like, a novelty. Back when I was working at CompUSA and they started stocking it. But it wasn't very good, you know? It was just, like, I don't know. Just something different, I guess.
Come on!
Alright, let's go save this guy first with our gloves. Our gloves of iron! Yeah. This guy's a bad guy, huh? Oh, he was down quick. Oh yeah, this is much more doable. Wow, that's a huge difference. I can't really do like a hit and run with these guys. What's my special attack like? I should probably test that. Any more enemies here? There are. Nope, no special attack. There we go. Got some more stim packs. Go. Nope. Let's try pistols. Nope. Can you point that way? Why are you pointing that way? Talk to the bartender. Nice, and we didn't have to use any healing. See anything around? Well, it feels a little bit clumsy. I don't know if there was a way to avoid damage in those fights. At least currently, I don't really have... I basically just punch at... It does look like my health is coming back. So I guess you could like get in a fight and then just go off, wander off, and let your health come back. Oh, I can't go. No, there we go. Let me talk. I have to talk to him over here.
Those fucking raiders. Thanks for taking care of them, stranger. My name's Armpit.
The amount of missable achievements are off-putting.
Have a drink on the house. And something
Well,
extra
just
for
looking through
working
the set,
crowd.
it looks mostly like just do the side quests. And do the side quests when they're available. So, didn't look that bad. Like, if anything, the missables are there to point out where you can miss things in the game, if you're trying not to avoid. If you're trying to do, like, 100% completion kind of thing. I mean, well, and there's the damage list stuff, too. But there's saves, right? You can save. So you can, go back and load if you want to go try for a damage list.
Those raiders are a bunch of bums. Their leader is a twisted chick. She's nice on the eyes, but with a heart like a bullet. You know?
Heart like a bullet.
Armpit at your service. What can I do for you? There was some fellas a few weeks back.
Yeah,
They
that's
talked
a
to
fair
the
point,
mayor,
too.
And I guess they took off. I don't know. Mayor's out in the town square if you want him.
You can do multiple saves. Looking at where I was saving, you can definitely do multiple saves.
Armpit at your service. What can I do for you? My real name is Arnold, but everyone calls me Armpit. So what? I'm just an honest guy
So,
selling
playthroughs?
rot-gut liquor
4
to
playthroughs isn't
sand
too
schmucks
bad,
in this
especially if
town.
it's relatively short.
But I got plans, see? Big plans.
It's hard to say if it's relatively short or not. But anyway.
See? I got this recipe for booze using fermented red scorpion poison. I got the gear to make this stuff, the contacts to distribute it, but no poison. So, partner, for every red scorpion tail you bring me, I'll pay you a few caps.
Nice.
I got me a partner. There's red scorpions all over the place, but the warehouse is a sure bet. The mayor out in the square can help you get in there. Armpit at your service. What can I do for you? You want a drink? Let's see some caps, soldier.
Okay. I don't think there weren't any 10 hours to beat. Yeah, that's not too bad. I mean, I don't know, how long is like how long to beat is Diablo 2? Because like Diablo 2 you have to do multiple playthroughs to that to get to higher difficulties. I feel like I don't know. I feel like a first run through Diablo 2 might be like 10 or 15 hours. But then once you kind of knew where to go and what you were doing, it was much faster. Like you could do a Diablo 2 run, well, especially if you're higher level and you know how to build already and you were, you know, clearing rooms left and right. Like you could do a Diablo 2 run real quick. Like probably less than 3 hours, probably. Maybe even less than 2. I guess the real question is if we go look for like a speed run of this game, what's the time, you know? It's like if we look up Fallout Brotherhood of Steel speed run. Two and a half hours. Wait. Yeah, okay. Okay, so like speedrun, world record speedrun is like 2.5 hours, which means a typical playthrough is probably like 3 or 4 hours if you know where to go. That's not too bad, honestly. Wasteland Doctor.
I don't know who you are, but I'm glad you're here to help us. My name is Vidya. I guess I'm the town doctor. If you're hurt, I can heal you at no charge. I used to belong to a group called the Followers of the Apocalypse, but that didn't work out. I have some medical training, so now I'm helping these people. What can I do for you? I remember hearing about some soldiers in a town a few weeks back, but what can I do for you? The Raiders are a bunch of common thieves, led by an uncommonly vicious woman. What can I do for you?
Okay, so that's where you go to heal. That's good to know. And we did pick up some caps. Alright, we got 40 caps now.
I say we go get those Raiders. Teach them a lesson.
Be quiet.
We got 32 bullets.
Well, either you're a ghoul or some...
Alright. It's hard to know if you can equip these things or not, or if there's some, like, stat you need or something. I can't afford any of them anyway, so that's out. Get weapons, armor, items. Dang, it's 100 for the stim pack. Way too much for any armor. I can't afford anything yet. Okay. Some packs are always pricey. Yeah, fair enough.
My grandparents used to own most of this town.
Big deal.
This looks like the mayor, probably.
Farmer like the rest of us.
Alright, let's investigate some more before we go. Alright, so that's that area.
Good day.
bar. That's the warehouse. Can we even go in here yet? Nope. Okay, we're gonna have to go get the key from the mayor, probably. Maybe I'll showed up this way. Doesn't look like it. Oh, okay.
Well, I guess you're the stranger everyone's talking about. Somehow I expected more. I'm Richard, the mayor of Carbon. I appreciate your help in dealing with the raiders, but it can only lead to more trouble. I'm the mayor of Carbon. Beyond that, it's none of your business. Yes? Your Brotherhood? Yes, I spoke with one of your paladins. Maybe I can help you, if you're willing to help us in return.
They got some rad scorpions for the sake of some information. Okay.
Clear them out, and I'll tell you more. Good. The warehouse is just on the other side of the square. Here's the key. I had to lock the building to keep the beasts away from the rest of the town. Come back when you've cleaned out all the rad scorpions.
All of them, huh?
Rad scorpions are huge, mutated versions of the pre-war insects. Evolution. The world has changed, and there's not much place for humans in it anymore.
I'm gonna go talk to a nice, cheerful rock.
Yes, the raiders bother us from time to time, but we coexist through a mutual understanding. Yes? You're still here? What is it now? Rad scorpions are huge, mutated...
I'm gonna try to avoid saying mean things, because you never know how that's gonna go. But we'll go ahead and save.
Everyone stay calm.
I'll check out the warehouse here. We'll play a little bit more, and then we'll check out the next game in the list. Got the store, 25. Alright. Can we... Can I get away? Okay. Controls are a bit wonky here. Like, even just turning towards it moves you in that direction. There we go. Got a rad scorpion tail. Got another one. Oh, out of ammunition. Okay. There's another one. Oops. You know what system they're planning to add to RA next? I don't really, I mean, I only hear kind of the rumors back and forth of what people are saying. I've kind of heard Wii and DOS are next on the docket. And I think Wii is probably going to end up being the next immediate one on the docket. Just because it's...
What can I do for you? That's quite a wound there. Let me take What can I do for you?
Because they've already got Dolphin set up to do retro achievements, so Wii is probably... Don't tease you with DOS now. But I think Wii is probably the easiest to go to do next, just because, like I said, they got Dolphin set up. I want to say they've been working on DOSBox, or with DOSBox. I don't really know where that stands, though.
Ah, the rad scorpions. They're much larger than pre-war scorpions, and more aggressive. Their nest in the warehouse prevents us from getting to our supplies. If you're going in there, I could use your help. There's a small box of medical drugs inside the warehouse. If the townspeople get it, they'll just take the drugs to get high. I need you to bring that box to me.
Oh, more side quests.
What can I do for you?
There was a GitHub commit adding support for Wii games on Dolphin. I think they're just preparing the sets down for launch. You have a Wii, but not actually played that many Wii games, but I think the emulation for Wii is pretty solid, so it makes sense. Yeah, I mean, Dolphin is really a really solid emulator, I gotta say, as far as things go. So, I've been pretty impressed with it. Let's see, we want to go give Rad Scorpion Tail to the guy in the bar. Oh, now there's like people in the bar. Okay.
Hey, stranger. I was wondering, could you help me find Mr. Pussy? My cat, Mr. Pussy. I haven't seen him in days. Sometimes he goes down into the nasty hole next to the bar. Can you find him for me?
We would also be the most modern console on the site, so should have some unique games, which is exciting. Yeah, yeah.
Anything little Ruby can help you with? I don't know much about rad scorpions, except that they're gross. Anything little Ruby can help you with?
I can't believe the Raiders. They took my family.
Have another drink. It'll make everything better.
Who is that old guy in the...
What's on your mind, kid? Just got into town myself. Haven't seen anyone from the Brotherhood. Except yourself. What's on your mind, kid? I had a name once, but not anymore. Heard your name's Kane. Just like the first murderer. The brother killer. Do you think of other ghouls as your brothers? Have you killed any brothers lately? If you said that to me 30 years ago, I'd have shot you and sold your gear for drinking money. But I'm too old for that stuff now. Let me buy you a drink. What's on your mind, kid? Raiders. I've killed hundreds of them, and more keep popping up. As long as there are humans, there'll be raiders around to cause trouble.
Okay, so he'll probably have some quests later, maybe.
Armpit at your service. What can I do for you?
Hello there.
Hello.
Is that Manny?
Yeah.
Welcome in, sir. I am live on Twitch at the moment, so for those who are not familiar with Manny Hours, let me throw you a shout out. He's one of the devs on the site. Very cool dude. Welcome in, sir.
See, you're
You've
playing
been busy hunting rad
Brotherhood.
scorpions, huh? That's
Well,
great.
Brotherhood
There's a few
Tactics.
caps for each tail.
Uh-huh.
Keep them coming.
Oh, I was thinking there was some achievement around that.
Okay, I don't understand the shipwreck. Like,
Uh-oh. Enjoy a moment of leisure with Ruby and Carbon Town. Kill the giant rat scorpion without getting any damage. Rat scorpion tail liquor recipe from the bartender. Huh. Well, we can get one more Chivo here while we're here.
Anything little Ruby can... Well, and I thought it was gonna be
I'm just glad to see some Fallout on RA.
Some of the options here are pretty good.
Well, sure. I guess so. Hey, what are you doing? Yee-hoo!
I heard my mommy calling. I have to go.
Well, and I thought it was gonna be a slow day.
Oh, great. Alright, well, we got our hee-ho. We got our hee-ho with the hoe. Oh,
there
boy.
You go.
This is actually not too bad so far, I'll say. It's a little clunky.
I think for the PS2 era, especially since Fallout wasn't like... I mean, Fallout was at this point just 1 and 2. I think it's a pretty good game.
I mean, I have a list of stuff on Steam that's like stuff I wish I hadn't purchased, and Fallout 3 was the first thing I put on there. So,
you don't like Fallout 3?
I do not. It's got more negatives than pros. I mean, it's not a terrible game. It's not like a 1 or 2, but it's like a 3 or 4, out of 10.
I also like to imagine that's because you're playing the PC release, which I do not think is good. The PC release of 3 in New Vegas is the worst way to play it, even with mods.
Oh boy.
But
me alone. There we go. 1 down. 2 down.
New Vegas is really, really good.
Yeah, I never got around to playing New Vegas. This is a family-friendly channel. I mean, it was a Fade to Black. Welcome in, Suffa. Good to see you. We are going through the first game tonight. Playing a little long because I'm not gonna play the I'm not gonna play some of the wrestling games, which we have a lot of today. So I figured I'd go a little long with this one. Oh, hey. Break crates.
Is there an achievement for this? For taking 0 damage to red scorpions?
It gets the large one. I don't know which one's the large one.
Yeah, the boss of the boss.
I'm guessing this is not the large one. But I do. Whoops. Come on. There we go.
Probably a trigger or a measure already set up for it.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll see like a challenge Chivo in the corner. But what have you been up to, sir? What you been playing? Working on?
I was in an auto accident. Well, an auto accident. I was hit by a car while riding a bike, so I had a concussion, so I wasn't able to do much.
Oh. Well, it's good that you're feeling better, at least.
Yeah, that's kind of why I'm here. A little bit of a selfish thing is because I don't know what came out this week at all. Besides the Kingdom Hearts, which I've started. But
yeah, I figured you'd be on that one. Did you get 2 done already?
No, I need to come back and finish it on stream. It was supposed to be done on stream a while ago, but life.
Life is the thing that happens. Aha!
And then I now have to play this one too, because I'm a big Fallout fan.
Okay, I'm gonna run out of ammunition before I take these guys down, but at least now I kind of know. Okay, well, I just destroyed the boss, but there are ways to get damageless. Jumping on boxes. Oh, it's already dead. Ooh.
I'd probably go for the badge. It is a little, for anybody that doesn't like play these types of games, when it comes to like the PS2, it's a, I don't want to say it's a hidden boss, but it definitely has a few missables in here that I think will be a bit of a trial. Also, not to mention how ridiculous getting to level 30 with any character is. So. The mastery is a little harder than it may seem at first glance. Even though it looks like everything is not locked, but kind of in a little progression-like segment. There's a little more going into it.
Oh, I got a giant rat. Do they fight each other? Apparently not.
Interested, like, how are you feeling about this game, Baron? Because, like, you've never played it, right?
Yeah, so far I'm enjoying it. I don't remember who I was talking to, but last week, because I'm a little bit behind, so this one didn't come out actually this last week. It came out week before. Except for it, I mean. But folks were telling me it was a pretty bad one. So I kind of came into this with lowered expectations, I guess I would say. But so far, I mean, it's not as good as like say Diablo 2. But I played Diablo 2 with, you know, mouse and keyboard and on PC, and so it had a. Actually, I don't know. This is not a bad setup, honestly, for this kind of game. Like, the controls are pretty decent. Hitboxes and just kind of aiming are a little clunky. Like, aiming the gun is pretty bad. Like, if I pull out my gun here, like, if you're close to something, you can lock on and shoot, right? But if you're kind of far away, it doesn't. Okay, I guess it does auto-lock if you get close enough. But if the thing is a little bit more aggressive, then...
Yeah, I can definitely see the problem there, because during the PS2 era, this type of style of the top-down view was super prominent. Like dungeon crawlers, the RPGs. I mean, X-Men Legends is a great example. Ultimate Alliance, even though that's double stacking. But games like this, Champions of Norath, so on and so forth, they all have kind of a problem with this view. And this game has a problem with like aiming in general and hitboxes, as you're finding out. But like, you look at something like X-Men Legends, where collision is a huge issue. You look at like Champions of Norath, and it's all about camera problems. They all kind of ran into their own issue with this type of style, which I would love to see back, because I do love top-down like dungeon crawlers like this. But they all have their issues. Now that I think of it, I think that's a lot of the like games that I really like on PS2 have this style. Maybe I'm just attached to it.
I mean, if you like those other ones, you'll probably like this one.
Yeah.
Maybe not as much, but probably have a good time with it.
Oh, I've played this before. Like, I don't think I've played the PS2 version. I think I played the Xbox version, funnily enough.
Hmm.
I don't really remember much of a difference just based on what I'm watching. But I think it ran a little better. That's the only difference. Oh, and the controller sucked for it.
The controller sucked for it on Xbox?
Yeah, the Duke sucks for games like this. The Duke sucks in general. I understand there's a lot of people that like the controller, but come on.
Yeah, as somebody that had all PlayStation stuff, my brother had a Xbox and we played a lot of like Halo on it, but I always preferred the PlayStation controller. Though I also refuse to play. I pretty much refuse to play first-person shooters on PlayStation. And I played Halo on Xbox, and it sort of worked, but I would much rather be playing something on, on computer, mouse and keyboard, WASD. Okay. Well, here we're getting to see the leveling system. Okay, so you get certain things you can level up. Each costs 2. Do you get the same amount of points each one, or do you get progressively more points with each level up?
It's the same amount, and then there's some that are reduced. I forget if it's. I think it's 4, and then there's like some that are 2.
We need some arena shooter sets like Unreal Tournament or even Quake Arena.
I have been wishing for those sets for so long.
Were those on consoles?
Yep. Quake Arena. I think there's only maybe not Quake Arena, but Unreal Tournament has been. There's the PS2 version, and then there's also the Dreamcast version, which I hope we get either of them. But I have wanted Unreal Tournament on PS2 since the PS2 dropped. It was my instant request because I love Unreal Tournament.
So I played the crap out of that one on PC. I don't know if I'd like it on console as much, but I'd give it a shot.
You hear that, everybody? He's a PC elitist. He doesn't like your controller.
I mean, you could set up a mouse and keyboard now pretty easily for some things. So, man, I don't know what to get here because, like, I think early on you'd probably want bargaining power. That'd be a good one to pick up, but also Eagle Eye, because one of the things that's troublesome here is that it's really hard to target things. Like they have to be really close. So maybe one of those and one of those.
It depends what you really enjoy. Like bargaining power is really nice for just in generally everything. But if you find yourself not using guns that much, like, I mean, is Eagle Eye really worth it?
I mean, if you're going for the damageless achievos against a lot of things that are melee bosses and things, then I would think that you'd want more targeting range and more speed pretty quickly. But also you'd want to buy more ammunition, so. Alright, let's go with this for now. Alright, and this is probably towards the... Oh, it's the rail yard. Okay. I don't think we've been to the rail yard yet.
It's actually kind of funny to me, as Wolfie is saying, both Dreamcast and PS2 support mouse for a lot of the games, but at the same time, PCSX2, just as an emulator, supports mouse, so I'm surprised you don't use it.
For this? Or just in general?
Just in general for games like this, that you think a mouse would work better.
I suppose I could. I just loaded it up kind of without thinking about it too much.
Ah.
Alright, so we need a key for the rail yard. So the boss is probably over this way. So we'll see with this one because it's closer. Oops, I didn't want to do that. Let's try that again. Delete. Slave over that one.
I personally do not have a Steam Deck. The person to ask that I know has one is Mame, and he did for Retro Achievements for a bit. But getting a hold of him is like trying to capture sunlight. So I'm trying to think of anybody that I know that has a Steam Deck. There are a couple on the Discord that I know use the Steam Deck, and they're probably willing to answer any questions.
Let's go with Bat. Bat does a lot more. I take it that the green stuff you probably don't want to step in. So as a ghoul, I probably have. Oh, hello. Is that the boss?
No, it's just there's a county. It should be the radioactive one in the area.
The green, the gold one.
Yeah, I think it's just the radioactive one.
Oh. Yeah, that was not the boss. If it went down that easy.
Yeah, I could ping him. I like it annoying him. But yeah, the boss is a little bit later. I'm guessing there will be a measure, hopefully, to tell you what it exactly means. Because there is a big rat scorpion, but I don't know if that's the one mentioned in quote.
I hear things. Oh, explosive barrel. Can't have a 90s game without explosive barrels. Oh, you can make them run through the radiation. Sorry, what were you saying?
I kind of interrupted you. It's my bad on that one. But I will say that because you know this game is a multi-playthrough thing, that it could be intention to like doing it that way, where you do it on your second playthrough. You're a lot better off. But for a strategy, I don't know, like, some stuff gets stuck on like boxes in this game and collisions. But what you can do is actually leave this place and sell your rat scorpion tails and be able to afford a hunting rifle, which will do actually a lot of damage to everything. So that might be better off for you. You just play CSGO with the Steam controller? It's the same thing as the Steam trackpads. That's pretty neat. I didn't think of when it comes to like first-person shooters, I've always either been, if it's been PC locked, I use a mouse and keyboard. If it was on console, I just use the controller that was for that console.
Mm-hmm. got a pinball machine in here. And jukebox. Nice.
Nice.
Can I not enter through there? Oh, okay. Oh, okay, that didn't do what I thought it might do. Can't jump through the windows. I wonder how we get in there. You picking one up? Shame they don't sell them anymore. Would have liked to have tried one. They're pretty innovative. Oh, are they not selling the Steam Decks anymore?
The Steam Deck controller, or not the Steam Deck controllers, but the Steam controllers.
Oh.
Yeah, they discontinued it around the Steam Deck, right? Pretty sure, or maybe it was slightly after.
Does this go anywhere? Guess not. Oh, there's one.
The rats. The rats have come to play.
Alright, I'm enjoying this game. This feels very much like a Diablo to me. I'm trying to enjoy it. Oh, there's a guy here. I found use for these. Nice.
Some nice stim packs.
And remain. Break that? No. Break that though.
It's definitely an interesting situation to be in, Wolfie, where like the Steam Deck when it came out was pretty powerful. It was definitely the most powerful like mobile thing we had seen, but it's definitely like fallen behind in recent years. But I think Rev is kind of correct that we'll see a much more home focused version. Maybe not like directly a home console, but maybe a better like dock in general with much more like, I guess PC use would be the way I would word it, or it's much more PC enabled. But I'm glad you're enjoying this. I'm a big fan of Fallout in general, so even if it's one of the
Bethesda's.
I get. Yeah, even if it's even if you hate Fallout 3, I'm still happy you like one of them.
I don't hate it. Like I said, I give it like a 3 or a 4 out of 10. You know?
Yeah, I heard this secret in your voice. It's a vile game filled with disgusting controls, terrible questions. Nah. It's just, I don't know. I like when a game is like played for the first time and just well liked. This is the first game Baron has played from RA today.
Really? No, I played some, I was doing, oh, I think he means this is the first RA review game.
Yeah.
But
on consoles.
People behind the scenes decks probably don't even realize it's just Arch Linux. I think all I said was that, Fallout 1 and 2 are way better than Fallout B, the Bethesda ones, is all I said, which is true.
Yeah,
I think most everybody would probably agree with me on that, even if they don't necessarily dislike the Bethesda games. So I could open some of these. There we go.
Then you open some, or you had the option through the wall.
Yeah.
But I think most people, I think it's actually kind of a rarity to have played Fallout 1 and 2 and then the later Fallouts. Like, because a lot of the people I talk to, they're either like, oh, I played Fallout 1 and 2 and then I stopped because I didn't like 3. Or they're like, yeah, I started with 3 and I just, like, everybody has their own taste and stuff, but, like, I don't know, as somebody who played basically every entry besides 76, I happen to think the series is pretty good in any regard. So...
Yeah, I didn't play 76 either. I played 3 and 4. I'll say 4 is probably the worst of the Bethesda ones that I've played. So it's worse than, well, that's not saying much since I've only played 3 and 4. I do want to play New Vegas sometime. I've heard New Vegas is pretty good.
Yeah, that's built by Obsidian, who is way better at details and just fun than Bethesda could ever be, so...
I mean, the big thing I heard is that, like, it's really more of an RPG, more of, like, your character decisions actually matter, skill checks actually matter, you know, there's multiple ways to do things, and, you know, like, 4, what really killed 4 for me was the, you know, oh, here, let me have, like, dialogue options that are all, like, that don't even tell you what the actual dialogue is. You know, like, sarcastic. You can answer, you can say yes, no, sarcastic, or, I forget what the other option was. There was a red scorpion we killed through a wall somewhere that dropped a tail. Where was that? I don't even know if it matters that much.
Well, if you want to sell them all and stuff.
Yeah, because it is kind of limited here.
Yeah,
1 and 2 are
like
better than
my
anything
stance.
Bethesda's ever done. Yeah, that's true.
I heard a little more vile. 3 is the worst thing in creation, and it should burn. That's what Baron said. That's my headcanon.
I will say that as a big fan of Fallout 1 and 2, playing 3 was quite disappointing. Because I wanted to like it. I wanted to like it a lot. There were some early things that were, like, very promising, but as you go through the game and you find that, like, you're pretty much locked into Sneaky Sniper, and that's really the build that you go, the same way that when you play Oblivion or Skyrim, you're almost always going to be a sneaky archer. Like, why be anything else? Because that works so well. And that's kind of a sign of a bad... Like, you can break a lot of other systems if you take the time to and make some pretty cool stuff, but for a typical playthrough, like, everybody's going to go kind of down the same route. And I feel like that's kind of a bad sign as far as game design goes. You know what I mean?
I could definitely see what you're talking about in, like, funneling. Like, Fallout 3 does have a problem where your build doesn't ultimately matter, because you're, like, the best thing you could be dumping points into early because of the accessible options are small guns. Like the hunting rifles, the pistols where you have access to, and even then small guns can carry you to the very end game, and then by the time you get to the max level up, there's really no, like, you just dump into what you've been using. Energy weapons, you got a plasma rifle, there you go, you're done. Call it a day. And I do see the problem, like, build wise, but I do think there's some, like, really fun side quests in 3. Some fun, like, locale. Like, anybody who knows the Oasis tree, you know what I'm talking about with side quests.
Oh yeah, one thing that Bethesda is really good at, that they do a really good job at, is like world building and like writing side content and like coming up with all these little, like for the Fallout games, they have all these different vaults, right? And every vault has kind of its own little story, and they're incredibly entertaining. They do a really good job at that. And if you're just reading, like if you're just running around and reading like all the backstory and stuff, like that's pretty cool. That's pretty fun. That is a part of the stuff that they excel at. Like, no question.
I do agree that the RPG like aspect of 3 is pretty limited, to a point that, like, it's not really a good. It's like RPG light is how I would describe it. It does have RPG options, but you don't need to care, just in general. And 4, I've always stood by that 4 is actually not an RPG. It's just a looter shooter. Like, that's how I would describe it.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Oh, that is true. Fallout 3 does have Neeson in it.
Oh, did it? Oh, was he your dad in that one? Or was that 4? Yeah, no, because it's like in... That's right, in 3 you're looking for your son, and 4 you're looking for your dad, I think.
Flip. 3 you're looking for your dad. 4 you're looking for your son. Yeah, but Liam Neeson voiced the dad of the Lone Wanderer in Fallout 3.
Ooh, spiked gloves.
Which it's very weird to have a celebrity like that in a game, because obviously I don't think he really cares about the game. Because for anyone that's played 3, like James, who is the dad of your character, is not very emotional at all, even during big events. So, yeah.
10 to 15 versus 13 to 19. I think our baseball bat's still the way to go here. Oh. Unless they start spitting stuff at us. I thought we were fighting rat scorpions, not zergs.
Oh man.
That hurt a lot. I think that's explosive. I should use that. You got anything close to this? Come close. Get caught on that. Oh, that was nice.
Hey, there you go. I think Baron's trying to badge this tonight. Good. Baron's really good at badging stuff.
I mean, I've done pretty well at the peak streak lately. I do need a peak streak for tonight. To be fair. There's not one of those guys. That guy messed me up pretty bad.
Yeah, he's going for the peak streak. I consider it to be one of the most brutal challenges on RA.
Oh, what? There's a stim pack there somewhere. Let's see. Do we have any more explosives? Maybe. There we go.
Took 3 minutes.
Oh.
Are you doing peak streak as well? Rev?
Did Zoop Zoop today on WASM. Nice. I peeked at Shrek Fairy Tales Freakdown. Oh yeah. Rev made it to day 30.
Hey, so you get the first badge. Very nice. Congrats. Good luck for the rest of it. It's make sure you're posting in the forum and stuff for all of it. Actually, I should probably, because I got to 101.
Oh, I got a Beretta. It's 8-14 versus our homemade.
There's a spreadsheet going around. Dang, I should have waited.
I have a huge list of free games. There's a not organized enough to do any kind of streak.
Oh, Bo's doing it as well. He's on day 52.
Oh, nice. Now, let's see if we can't get this. I thought I saw a stim pack here when we were running before. Maybe I picked it up anyway. No, can't shoot through that. Darn.
Any kind of streak? Yeah, I mixed in some real badges at the time. And I also abused some of the freer ones. But it's like I did Professor Oaks. I did like 3 of them on there. Which, if people remember, I did the Pokemon Gold. I farmed berries for 17 hours, and that's part of my peak streak.
Oh, I remember that day. That was pretty crazy.
Yeah. I had to stop farming berries to do a peak streak game, to then go back to farming berries. I remember it.
Oh, that's a very large rat. Alright. Sorry guys, I've been enjoying this too much. We'll as soon as we finish this area, we'll go ahead and move on to the next game.
That's fine. If you're enjoying it, then there's no problem.
Yeah, I've got all the cat scorpions. Something's over here. Oh, crane. Oh, I see. That moves the box from downstairs.
Yeah, the boss should be like right ahead of you, if I remember correctly.
So there's no more rat scorpions on this area. So it's probably down where we just opened. With the crane. that's
You
what's
never
here.
get to see all the new games. Hey,
He's right.
you can always rewatch once you wake up.
This is true. I do have everything on YouTube. Get the whole what do you call it? The VOD. It will be on YouTube. Oh, that's interesting. I wonder if I was supposed to save that for later.
That's fine. Hey, level up.
Alright, now I got another 4 points. I think we're gonna keep expanding that.
I will say that this game has some segments that are quite brutal. Like the first time you play, because you're just like going around having fun, and then you just get not jumped, but you're kind of like you put yourself in a situation where you're kind of locked to the area, and you're very limited, and so you're just like duck, so to say.
So well,
there's ways around it, but when you're like there's a couple like stopping points in other games, like X-Men Legends comes to mind, which is a very similar type game, but where if you're in the Juggernaut flashback or the Sentinel flashback, sorry, you can just get stuck there because you just die instantly, and your save file just it's over. You're doomed.
You don't really love those soft lock situations for sure. All right, so that was Brotherhood of Steel. That was actually quite fun. I was enjoying that quite a bit, so would definitely recommend that one, especially if you like, as Rev mentioned, Champions of Norath and some of his other top-down hack and slash type games. The first 5 minutes, Baron was stuck in crash mode. Yes, this is true. We figured it out. It wasn't that bad. All right, next up we got Mega Man X. I'm not gonna try for this one, just because it's a bonus set. It's probably a little bit beyond my abilities, but let's just take a look through this one real quick. All right, so they got essentially the Mr. Perfect, just like Mr. Perfect in Mega Man 1. They have a beat the game without taking any damage in a single session. Good luck with that one for the bonus set here. Same for Mega Man X2 and X3. Oh, and they also have the Buster only, no damage and Buster only. They at least they're at least nice enough to break it up into what is this, like 4 stages? 4 stages together?
Yeah. It's like half the game.
Well, then you have the final stages, right? You have those broken up into 2. No damage, using X-Buster only. Beat the game without taking damage in a single session. Yep, a lot of damageless full game runs here. Zero Virus 1, 2, and 3 without taking damage. As 4th X, using only the X-Buster. So it is specific to a certain armor that you get in X5. I think you have a choice of like 4 in that one. 4 different armors to go for.
Yeah. Looking at it, there's only a couple of people on the site that I think could actually realistically do this. Like Knocker's probably one that could definitely like put a dent into this. He's done a lot of the damage list like bonus sets, but he's taking a long time to do it. This is not a set you turn on and expect to finish in the year you start it. Like
definitely not. Yeah. I could see him getting like the X1 and NX2 probably. Relatively quickly, because Knocker's really good. And he did the X6 bonus set that's just by itself already. So he might actually basically be redoing some things he's already done. I want to say Nev also got the X6 bonus set.
I think so. I do know Knocker was at the X6 bonus set for a long time, along with I think X2. Or maybe it was just the X. I know there was one achievement in one of the games that he was at it for a long time. Like every time I would see him playing something, he would stop playing, do a run, fail, and then go back to what he was doing. Like he was determined to. If I had half the determination, I'd be way farther in life.
Yeah, I mean, well, I always want to say, hopefully, if you have that level of determination, you should probably put it into something a little bit more productive than video games, but I probably shouldn't say that as a guy who spends so much time playing video games myself.
To each their own.
Glass houses, you know?
Glass houses. We throwing stones out here in this glass house.
Something like that. Though, I mean, I think Knocker probably would take less time to get a lot of bonus sets than I would take to get regular sets, so it goes, right? Next up, we got one of the Kinnikuman games. This one is on Game Boy Advance. This is one of the wrestling games here. Basically, defeat all the enemies in story mode. Okay, you're gonna have to beat the story mode without losing a match. Win survivor mode on normal difficulty. Survivor mode on hard difficulty. 3v3 team battle on normal difficulty. And then use King Muscle and win a match using Brutality. So basically like a super. And then complete the advanced training. I guess we could boot this one up. We'll just like try the training.
Seems like a pretty standard set. A lot of progression here. Only only like 6 achievements outside of progression.
Let's go to the RA scene. There it is. I've got too many scenes. I play too many different systems. So we got 2 different Kinnikuman games this week's worth of sets. We got the GBA one, and I think we got another PS2 one. Let's do this training. Let's do beginner course. Oh wow, this might take a minute to do.
You actually have 3, I think. I think there's an MSX version that came out.
Oh yeah, okay, 3 of them. MSX, PS2, and Game Boy Advance. As a superhero, the girls will be all over you. now he's changed his tune. Alright. Damage with middle will help set you with your next attack. B button to execute a low kick. A button punch.
rocking the Trump comb over.
Rocking that Trump comb over? Oh, well, yeah. I guess it's more of like a... I mean, he's only got like the one little tuft of hair. So it's almost like a... I don't know. It's like a mockery of a pompadour. Okay, there's our punch. There's our kick. Oh. Can't hit him if you're too close. You knock your opponent down. Physical powers are high right now, so it'll be hard to knock you down. Try it anyway. Attack. You can't knock down with the fun. I'll try it. Okay. There we go. Attacking you. There we go. R button when putting enemy. Overlap in the ring. Contest while approaching, you'll automatically grab loot. Three colors are yellow and blue. There's no saying what you can see. These smaller moves and techniques, cursor will appear at time and time. I shall appear at the bottom. I wish to process and you can see it button. Blue section. Hey AJ, welcome in. Up, down, forward, and back. Press one of these four directions will press A or B. Different moves. You hold down and control that command. 8 techniques are available by using both the A and B buttons and control pad. Yeah, also make it easier to perform techniques. If you move too slowly, I guess that's red, isn't important. There we go. Oh. I should try a different move. Oh, oops. Again? Dang. There we go.
There you go.
I'm bad at typing. Let's try the up move. Forward move. Oh, that's just that move again. Do I have to do all the moves to complete this training?
Didn't you do them?
I'm still doing the B moves, I guess.
I know nothing about this game.
There we go. How you doing this eve? Yeah, the selections. How the selections been? Well, we spent a lot of time with Brotherhood of Steel. That was a good one. We had that's the first one on the list tonight, and I spent about an hour and a half on it. So, if that tells you anything, it's pretty fun. It's pretty fun. It does take a while to get to the first boss. We didn't quite get to the first boss, but it's very much like Diablo, Champions of Nora, some games like that. But my stint to run. Shoulder attack him. Flying lariat. Oh,
all right, that works.
Oh. How many these do I have to do? Okay, that didn't work. There we go. See L button when they first yellow. There we go. Attack after your opponent returns from hitting the rope. Full punch. Okay. Oh. I messed it up. Oh. There we go.
I think it's funny to just see you fall down.
How many times do I have to do this? I feel like I'm getting the hang of it. Kind of. Nope.
I just have no idea what's going on, honestly.
I feel like I'm missing something.
Hmm. Is there like a kick or something? Or like a combo with both buttons?
The mid kick doesn't even hit when he's too close.
Oh, you had like a running tackle there.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can do a running tackle like that or whatever. But what it wants me to do, I think, is to get him running, and then when he comes back, hit him with do something. And like I knock him down with when I punch him, but oh, there we go. I think that's what I was supposed to do.
Oh, there's
so
probably
I have
different
to,
variations.
Yeah, I have to hit the button when he's really close. You'd be defenseless if you're forced to run. It's possible to counterattack even if you're thrown at the ropes. When you hit the ropes, the gauge will appear. Press the B button when the cursor is on yellow to stop yourself with ropes. This will enable you to stop when you're at it. The A button when the cursor is on blue to regain control, but keep running. Your opponent will not see it coming. I'll throw you against the ropes. You can stop or counterattack. The choice is yours. Fail, attack you mercilessly. Understand? Oh, oops. Nope. You don't really get much time. Nope. Dang, that is really tough. No. There we go. That should have been a counterattack chance. There we go. Game? That should have been it.
Man, I really wish I could help. I'm just staring at this game like not even sure what to do.
There we go. Well, so if you get the timing right, you get control of the run and you can attack. But if you mess up, you're defenseless while you're in the run.
You know, I can see why this game just didn't capture the attention of GBA fans everywhere.
Right? Let's just try stopping for a bit. There we go. Is that enough? There we go. Was there still yet more? Oh, man. First button, press the A or B button. The opponent does damage on the breaks free. If your opponent is weak, he will have to flip drag immediately while your opponent's on the ground. Of course, you'll be disoriented. This is the best time to attack. Send your opponent head, press the R button to lift them up. Then be easier to grapple and execute techniques. So much exposition.
Is this all training, by the way?
Yeah, this is just the trading section.
Oh my gosh.
I'm supposed to knock him down, I think. Is it not? Is he not going to stay down? Hmm. There we go. Nope. You don't get very much time. There we go, it did an elbow drop at least. So this is all about button mashing at the end of the day. Come on.
Wrestling games are always like a weird spot for me because I feel like I have played very little, but it's more along the lines of I've played a bunch, I just don't like them to play more than 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm kind of the same. Warning will flash screen. There's the warning. Shows that your arms are trouble. Green, yellow, and red. Risk of stage yourself. Your arms are less injury. You're taking speed weaker. A button when the cursor's on blue, engage, or press. Chinese healing arts. Chinese healing arts, yeah.
That's all you need, man.
So this game's all about the gauges. How many times do I have to do this? Fight with many combinations in addition to your submissions. Spare your attacks to fit the situation. Ugh, there's yet more? Come on. Left your down opponent, then when your opponent is dazed, execute the special technique. A little bit of strength left, you'll recover any your attack on this. If your counter, you'll pass, be the one you should see. Opponent is dazed, press the R and A. Also use the R and B. Strength to 0.
I think that might be the first like actual instructions you received.
Okay, it's not letting me pick him up. Come on. Nope. Didn't do it. Man. need to get back to some of the rank here. Come on, game. There we go. There we go. Enough? Is that not enough yet? Please be enough. Guess not. Use the friendship power. Red gauge in the upper left. Hey, Chris, welcome in. Want to do chores and you're still wrestling? Yeah, sorry. I'm just trying to get one Achievo. Oops, that's not what I wanted. That doesn't seem to be working. Hitting L and R together, it's not doing anything. Okay, so you have to have him dazed. Okay, that missed. No. There we go. What? Did that not do what I wanted it to do? No? No? I don't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. Do I have to do it twice? No? I don't know what I'm doing here. Okay, I did that. No? No. I'm lost on what I'm supposed to be doing here for this friendship power thing.
If it helps any, I'm just as lost as you are.
I don't get it. It's like you stand them up, you hit these together. Was that it? Oh, I guess I'm too far from it. Too close to the ring, or too close to the ropes. Come on. So we're doing the Retro Achievements review where we're looking at the new sets that came out, and this is one of them. We're spending way too long on this one. I missed again. I'm just trying to get the training done so I get at least one achievement, because this is just sunk cost fallacy sinking in here. But go! There we go. But this one is Kinnikuman. I'm kind of forgetting the rest of the name on this one, but it's one of the Elephant Muscle games. There we go. Use friendship power, you'll be able to escape. Just press the L and R. Time gauge will be this. Oh, great. Okay. Dang it, I missed. Okay, at least this one's a little bit easier to figure out what you're supposed to do here. I'm clicking too early. Video game career is based on the sunken cost fallacy. And typos. There we go. Wait, does it not let me get out of it? Okay. Oh, there we go. Alright, there's one. That's it for what? Let me show you one more method. The other method is throw your opponent high in the air. First, grapple with your opponent and press the R button when the cursor's on blue. We'll throw your opponent in the air. Press the control pad. You'll be able to execute another technique. In your case, you'll technique buster. Driver. Blue, you'll be able to execute a special technique doing this. Red, you'll fail. For some blue, technique will change by pushing the control pad left or right. Oh, whoops, that's not right. Alright. So we want to do I missed the chance. Okay. Nope. Dang, this is rough. That timing though. That looks pretty rough. Yeah. Grr. There we go. Stood right up. He's fine. Right? It looks like you're doing the same move whether you're doing left or right. You'll do more damage than the first special technique I taught you. It's difficult to perform, but it packs more punch. It's exhausting. I use your friendship power. Strength is not 0, and you try to do a mid-air attack, it will be difficult to execute. If you use your friendship power, it will be much easier. If the friendship power is at least 1/3 full, press the L and I at the same time after you throw your opponent in the air. Time is crucial. If you succeed in pressing the R button, prefer to quickly press the L and R. This way the look is more spread out than normal. You need to do the signature technique. Try it. Okay. So. Oh man, this is kind of hard. I'm surprised I actually got it that time. Ah. Messed it again. Come on, game.
You do this to your cousins on the trampoline? That's brutal.
I missed it. I missed it. Hey, there's 2. There's 3. Probably like 5. Nope, 3. Your opponent's about to execute a move on you. You can evade it by using your friendship power. Times double for your opponent executes attacks. I see something. No? Trying to hit them together. It's not working. There we go. There's 1. Okay, you just button tap them, button mash them. There's 2. Three. Is that enough? Did we not get the Chivo for that? Oh, because it was the
Let's get started.
Okay, that's enough. Time to move on. Oh, man. Time to move on. All right, let's go back over to the page. Okay. We are moving as slow as molasses, guys. I am sorry. That was only the second game of the night, too. Alright, next up we got an adventure game. This one's from Human Entertainment. This one's called Mizurna Falls. There is a translation for this. There's actually a couple of translations when I was looking into this. I want to say, I think the original here is from Zero-san, and then, or maybe from one of these two, anyway. And then they took the other person's translation and redid it. And I think this is the most, or no, this is a Spanish translation. I take it back. Okay, so I think Zero-san's the first one. Owl took theirs and edited it further. So Zero-san's a little bit more literal. Owl's a little bit more of a loose translation, for what it's worth. Interestingly, there's the original there too. So if you just want the original, you can go with that. Get through all the days is the progression achievements here. And then it's an adventure game, so it's going to be just a lot of, go through and complete all possible story events. Visit all areas.
Have you seen any of this game?
I have not. Have you?
Yeah. So about I think it's about 5 years ago at this point, I was really excited to see the translation, like the first stable translation drop, because there had been some floating around, and I just couldn't understand this game at the time. But like I heard all the people that like I talked to that understand this game rave about how it's interesting and it's one of those like standout games that we just never got. And I played a bit of the fan translation back in the day, and of course I ran into crashes, which made me drop it. But it is a very interesting game. This is one of the, I want to say, probably top 5 most unique games on the original PlayStation. It's very inspired by Twin Peaks, which there's a bunch of other games that are also inspired, but it is very open. There's a lot of missables in the set because you can go from finding a single dialogue option that, because you opened a door at the right time, you can then go and do this like quest, for lack of a better term, or this action that you can then figure out. There's a lot of missables because of that, and they're all certain days, like one you can only do on day 3 versus day 4, and it is very open. It's very interesting. If you've never even heard of this, I recommend checking out some gameplay, because it is a wild trip. I think this is also made by the same person it's the main lead who did Clock Tower, which is pretty representative of the game itself. But it's very inspired by Twin Peaks. It is a very good experience. I don't know if it's like a great game because there are some problems, but I personally think it is like a very fun like look at what people were trying to do back in the day. Like, this is on the original PlayStation, so everything they were trying to go for is never been done. And I feel like giving so finally like a look at it, especially for English speakers with the fan translation just 5 years ago, was a fantastic like opportunity. Because I really want to go back and finish it because I never have.
Well, now I have a set to go along with it, so
yeah.
There you go. 2 tragedies shatter a peaceful Christmas. Country of the woods and repose. Human presents. S Project. Zurna Falls. So you're kind of telling me that it's like based on not only based but inspired by Twin Peaks. Makes me think it's probably going to be kind of like LSD Emulator, where, well, I don't know, LSD. I think LSD Emulator has a lot of like RNG to it as to like what spawns when and where. This sounds like a little bit more. It is a little bit more set, but you probably want a guide to tell you where to go, what to do, in what order to get everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of variables at play, and the thing about it is, like, I know there's a lot of really hidden things in this game. I don't know if the set fully encapsulates it, because I don't actually know if this is a fully explored game as well. Like, I know it's been fully translated because they can go and look at what the actual like wording is and all that, but this is one of those games that I don't think is, it's not like underground, it's definitely like cult classic at this point, or getting there. But it's one of those things where I don't think there's enough of a population that has played it that is outside of Japan.
Oh, you just kind of went silent on me. You still talking?
I disconnected.
Oh, there you are.
I think I disconnected. Interesting. It cut off when I was saying something, but I don't know if there's enough of a population that has like played this outside of Japan that would make it easy to understand what's available in every single interaction. So I think guides are going to be very like early based. Like the first couple days will probably be written down fully, and then some people might have notes for the later days.
So probably not a good choice for Peak Streak, is what you're telling me.
Probably not, but I do recommend playing it.
Just got a phone call from Mrs. Rowland. Something's happened to Emma. Start from the beginning. So Emma's mom called me asking if I knew where she was. So what? So she hasn't seen Emma since last night. Wait, last night? Yeah, why? Something happened? No, it's nothing. Listen, let's meet up and talk this through. I'm just worried. It's probably nothing. Don't panic. You should have heard Mrs. Rowland. She could barely string a sentence together. Something must have happened if she's that scared. Look, I'm on my way over now, okay? Well, no, I wouldn't be this worried about her. She's a loner and impossible to read. You can never tell what's going on in her head. Back to her, she's a million miles away. There was just something about her. Something that made her look beautiful? I'm kind of getting creepy vibes from our main character here. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Tank controls. Tank controls.
I did forget to mention this is definitely of the era. But...
Nah, it's a little worn down, but it keeps working just like him. Can we do anything with the TV? Photo, camping. Okay, I guess we can leave now since we got a. We can go to the next game since we got a Chivo.
It might be worth doing that. I do think this is a bit of a longer one.
Yeah, we're not gonna play through much of this today, that's for sure. But maybe get at least like 5 minutes or so, something like that. Uh-oh, we went in the wrong room. We got 2 hee-hoes. Now we can really call it done. There we go. We prioritize properly. Pupper. Why do you randomly have, like, kettles on a bench? And a washing machine outside. What's the challenge here? Check your mailbox for the first time. No literature now. But we checked our mailbox. Didn't trigger anything? Can we move? Is there anything back here? It's a liminal space. Didn't you just spend 30 minutes manhandling a dude in a ring for an achievement? Right? Sorry to bother you this early. Morgenstein. Town sheriff, possessed of a strong sense of justice, is renowned for being reliable and fair-minded. The safety of the townsfolk is his top priority. It's about Emma. Rope sheriff is fast. Something happened to Emma? We got a call from his mom asking us to look for her. Know where she might be? She seemed off somehow. It's hard to put into words. She's just... I don't know how to explain it. Sorry. Captain Nas. Like an uncle to the boy. He runs the town's general store and lets Matthew live in it. The house behind the shop. This is about Emma. Kathy Flannery? Bard's turned her into his personal acolyte. Anyway, we're not in the same year, so we don't really talk. Found Barrow's barely alive. What happened? Got mauled by a bear. Hmm. Oh, you can do a quick turnaround. That's helpful. R1 lets you do a quick turnaround. Oh, L1 does a quick, like, 90-degree turn. Okay, interesting. Oh, I take it back. R1 does a 90-degree turn. Right. Left. L1 does a 90-degree turn left. Makes sense.
Now imagine if they were reversed. Just to mess with people.
That would be truly Twin Peaks-esque, right? Captain Nas. Okay, well, that's probably because we spent too much time wrestling and too much time killing rad scorpions. Ooh, uh-oh. Texture issues. Pop in. But we should probably switch to the next game. Keep going.
Just how you know Baron really likes wrestling games. He spent that much time on it versus this great game.
Well, that was time wasted. I was thinking the training would go faster. Camera rotation controls were reversed on Super Mario Sunshine. It was bugging you. Oh yeah, like when you go left and it goes right, and you go right and it goes left. Inverse camera. That can be kind of a pain. Sensitive question. Hysterical. But you couldn't have known about Kathy yet. That's on a Nintendo basis only. You know why she would immediately assume the worst? Yeah, I definitely get pretty dark vibes from the main character. Not from around here. Alright. Can you save anywhere in this, or... Oh, that is weird. That is such a weird angle. Do you know... You played this before, right? How do you save?
I don't even know if you could save at that point. You're still in the prologue.
Oh. Alright. Well, we'll pop out at this point. We need to get some Chivos. That's pretty neat. I would recommend that game. I'm definitely interested in checking it out in more detail later. I would assume you're high ranked on the R later. I am not. I am not particularly high ranked. Manny is pretty high ranked. You're like 200 something, 100 something.
I don't know. I'm like 115 or something. You're saying that like you're not high ranked. You're almost like top 500. What the heck?
I don't think that's particularly high ranked.
I mean, you're the top 0.5%, pretty much.
I guess.
Like, give yourself some credit on that one.
508 currently. 508. Yeah.
Yeah. See.
I don't know. It feels like I get shuffled around a lot though. Like every time I check, I'm like either 2 down or 2 up, or so it feels like I'm play a few games here and there, and then suddenly up a rank, down a rank.
I felt like 4 ranks like a week ago because I was unable to play. I think it's just the way it is. But like, give yourself some credit. You've also badged some games that are pretty hard badges. So
I think the one game I would say that I've badged that's pretty difficult. Well, I'm not even sure I'd say. Well, the last final boss is pretty difficult. For Etrian Odyssey 1. Oh, you just got your first badge today. GG's, sir. GG's. Good game. Good job.
Congrats. First badge, and then it starts, and then you're stuck here for 300 of them.
Yeah, got your first taste. Now you're addicted. Oh,
Diddy Kong Racing, a very good one.
That is a good one. All right, next one on our list here is a Sailor Moon game. It's another fighting game, so I'm just gonna skip playing this one. We'll look up a YouTube vid of it. Set is pretty straightforward. They want you to do all the special moves, like defeat an opponent with the various special moves on with each of the different characters. It's all the Sailor Moon characters, basically. Beat the story mode with each character, beat the story mode on hard, 1cc the hard. and get a perfect. So pretty straightforward as far as fighting sets go. And go ahead and bring this one up here. Heard they removed Diddy from the new Mario Kart because of the controversy around his namesake. Are you making a joke about it, or I don't think Diddy Kong was at all based around P Diddy. I don't think P Diddy wasn't P Diddy when Diddy Kong came out, when Donkey Kong Country 2, or no, Donkey Kong Country 1 came out, right? Like he was still Sean Combs, I think. And I don't think anybody knew about him until like maybe mid 2010s, right?
You were asking the wrong person. I know nothing about that. I would get, like, it's definitely, Diddy Kong is not named after him for sure, but what is this?
Oh, Joke, that's what you heard. Oh. Yeah, I don't think P Diddy was a known entity to any great extent when Donkey Kong Country came out, and probably not until, like I said, post 2010s is when I first heard about him. And I mean, not that I'm some great, you know, music aficionado, but you know, I hear things sometimes. And it is American, right? So, all right, we'll just kind of skip the intro, get into the. Oh, interesting. So these are like 3D models. That is not what I was expecting from the screenshot. This is not a pretty game. You think there's any elemental rock paper scissors in this one, where like the fire one does well against certain types, and then the water one does well against fire, etc.? I mean, that'd be really unbalanced, but some of these Chivas are ridiculous. Well, I mean, for a fighter, I would kind of expect. I mean, I guess your expectations are kind of based on what you've seen. We've seen a lot of fighter sets, and typically, you know, pulling off special moves would get you a point. It's kind of unusual to see like beat your opponent with that special move. So that is a little unusual, but like. Beat the game with each character, see each character's story ending. That's pretty normal. Play through, beat the game on hardest difficulty. That's pretty normal. Once you see the game, that's pretty normal. Once you've seen the game on the hardest difficulty, less so. I've seen it on various ones. What was the other one? What was the last one on the list? That was oh yeah, getting it perfect. Getting it perfect is usually pretty normal. Usually the first fight in a game like this, once you kind of get the feel for the controls, you're playing it on normal. It's usually not too hard to get it perfect, because they're not usually the first enemy or two is not going to be super aggressive. Have a good one, Wolfie. Sorry we went so slow on today. That Brotherhood of Steel was just too much fun. Alright, I think that's probably enough to see of that one. and get a sense of it. It would be hard to say what the controls are like without playing it, but it's a fighting game. If you like Sailor Moon, maybe give it a shot. It's just doesn't look pretty to me. Hey Roto, welcome in. Good to see you, sir. We are going through our review. I spent a little too much time on one of the early games, and now we're catching up here. But anyway, next up we got Echo Knight. This is another one I want to... I'll just pull up some YouTube vids for the next ones just so we get through them, but this is one I want to spend more time with. This is from FromSoft on the PlayStation, kind of before they got real big, before Demon's Souls, before Dark Souls. In about the same era, they were doing all the Kingsfield games and some of those. This one does have some survival horror elements, but it's really more like puzzle solving and exploration, from what I understand. You just signed up like 2 or 3 weeks ago, so you don't even know much about events. Only 2 weeks before the Switch 2, and hopefully return to sessions. Cool. Let's see here.
It's also the start of a trilogy, if you don't know.
Oh, I didn't know it was a trilogy. I knew there was a second game. What's the third game?
It's a PS2 game. I forget what it's called, but I think it goes Echo Knight, which is the one you're looking at. There's Echo Knight 2, The Lord of Nightmares, and then I think it's Echo Knight Beyond. I think is the... Don't quote me on that one. I might be wrong, but yeah, it's a trilogy. It's based on... This one is based on the experimental like graphics they were using for Kingsfield 3. And ultimately the second game kind of goes more into fleshing out the horror aspect. And it's a very quiet horror game, for lack of a better term. I know that's the quote that was thrown around for it, but it's I don't want to say it's a great game, but it definitely has some qualities that if you like survival horror, I do recommend checking it out. And it's also an interesting, like, From Software, like, experience, for lack of a better term.
Yeah, a lot of these missable achievements are kind of cryptic without having played it. There are some damageless elements, with walking speed setting set to slower, retrieve the fish plate, and escape the cemetery without being damaged. Okay, so walk slow and still avoid getting damaged. Let's see. There's some stealth sections. Looks like. Retrieve the book without getting caught by the secretary. Clock key. Discover the clues before picking it up. Spend a full cycle with the king in every room he haunts, and then return the cameo without being damaged. So basically, go experience every haunting without taking damage in the whole group of it. Some collection achievements. Get through to read all the backstory stuff. Fail to survive the night and become a permanent fixture of the nightmare. Ooh. So experience some of the deaths. There's some chivas about that. Get a really high rating. Okay. So this might take a couple playthroughs. Yeah, there's different endings. So it might take a few different playthroughs, and you're going to have to go through and get like the highest ranking. So much like a lot of other survival horrors we've seen. Roto says Switch's battery is his Switch's battery is dead. Got a Switch Lite to transfer games over to. Ah, okay, so that's why you're more excited about getting a Switch 2. Got it. Well, that kind of sucks that your Switch died. Hopefully you can make it do for the time being. so Chris, you said you just signed up and don't know much about events. There are a couple events that are ongoing. There's a couple that kind of start at the beginning of the year. So like there's a achievement of the week, where every week they pick a game, they pick an achievement from a particular game, and then if you get all 52 weeks of the year, actually, if you get some percentage of them, you get a badge. There's like 4 or 5 ranks to it. That was the wrong one to click. Let's see here. Here we go. So there's 4 ranks to the badge. So if you can get 12 of them, you get bronze. If you get 30 of them, you get silver. If you get 48, you get gold. And if you get 64, you get champion. And there's an achievement of the week and achievement of the month. So every month there's they try to pick one that's somewhere around like 6 to 8 hours to get on average. And then for the week ones, they pick ones that are more like 45 minutes to an hour and a half. And if you get, they'll give you what they call flickies, where every achievement of the month you earn yet another flicky. You start with 3, and you use a flicky in the forum topic. You say, oh, I don't want to play this game this week. I want to play this other game. Or I missed a week. I want to go back and redo it. So at this point in time, if you're starting today, you won't be able to get all 52, or all 64 rather. But you could use your 3 flickies to get at least, I don't know if you can get the months. I think you can extend an extra week for the monthlies.
You can get the months.
You can?
Yeah, so there's a whole flicky system where because I've missed a lot because of stuff, but it's still possible for me, who has missed 2 months and 4 weeks now, I think it is, something like that. I'm still able to go back with the flickies that I can use to then get the months, to then be able to use those on the weekly, to then get all 6 of those that I've missed, just as an idea.
Okay, so you can redo the monthlies and the weeklies with the flickies.
Yeah.
That's good to know. But I don't think you'd be able to, if you're starting today, let's say, and you didn't have any of them yet, I think you'd be able to get, let's see, you'd be able to get this week's, this month's, and then 3, well, up to 4 previous, because you'd earn a flicky by doing the months. So you could get 6 today, 6 points today of the 64, and of, I don't know, we have about, I want to say, I guess 23, 20, 25 so far. So you'd still, I don't know, there's like what, 17 there that you wouldn't be able to go back and get. But that said, you could probably still go for silver.
I think it's possible to go for gold as long as you don't miss a week, because for every month you get a flicky, no matter what.
That's true.
Even if you use flickies. So I think it's entirely possible to, even if you start now, you would just have to accept that you can't really go back, and because it takes 2 flickies to redo a achievement of the month. So I mean, you could do that, but you would just have to accept the weekly here, and I think you would be able to get, what is that, 39, and then the 2 this week. So you're at 41, and then through enough flickies of the month, yeah, you could definitely get gold still. That's still on the table.
Okay, yeah. So you could go for gold. But a lot of people are, I think if you go up to champion, you can actually pick which event badge goes on your page. So even if you don't like one of the higher rank ones, you can put one of the lower rank ones on if you prefer that. But some people are only going for the lower rank ones because that's the one they want. And of course, they don't necessarily want to, participate every week depending on which games come out. Because, some people like some games and some people like other ones. So, but that's one event that's going on. There's also, currently, I think about a month and a half ago, there was a dev jam for Apple II. That's ongoing for the next 3 months. So up until, so I think we have like 2.5 months left of that. And that's basically, there's an event badge for that, for getting a certain number of points. You can earn up to 12 points for that event every single Dev Jam. You do that by, you get 1 point for beating one of the games that came out of the Dev Jam. You get 2 points for badging the game. So basically badge 6 games and you get your 12 points for the season. And every time that they do a big Dev Jam, which is where the developers get together and like pick a system and then hit like, 15, 20, 30 games from that system and put out new sets for them. So with Apple II, we got a bunch of educational games, text adventures, a handful of classic kind of puzzle platforming type games. It's been pretty interesting. Before that, we had a PC-88 one. Before that, we had a arcade one. Before that, we had the GameCube launch last year, I think it was.
Yeah,
I think that ended in November. And so I got. If I go back to my profile, I got the event badge for the GameCube launch. And you'll see various people will have like the PS2 launch, or if we do get Wii, we were talking about possible ones that would come out next, which I think we've heard rumors of Wii and we've heard rumors of DOS, and those will probably have launch events as well. And those, like the Dev Jams, last for 3 or 4 months, and you just get a certain number of games within that period. For the GameCube, it was like 30 points. Right? 30 points?
Yeah. And there were certain bounties involved in the GameCube event where some would be worth double or even triple, depending on just how difficult or long the game was. And that's also not to mention that there's a bunch of other events that are ongoing. Rack It Up is always available. Rack It Up is this funny thing that kind of has their events tied to different magazine pages throughout history. So you can get something from like Game Informer, for instance, or you can go all the way back to like Nintendo Power, and you would have to get an achievement or even a badge or a beat based on that, or do a little art thing or leave a comment on a page. Rack It Up is a very good way to explore the site for the event, because one, it explores not only just the playing side, but the community aspect. There's also evergreen events. There's Achievement of the Week 2015 and 2016, I think, are part of Evergreen now. Not to mention there's a bunch of the other evergreen events that are always ongoing, so you can check those out. When it comes to events, there's a lot you can fully explore. If you feel like Achievement of the Week is not your style, there's right now we have the 75 years of F1 racing, which if you're a big racing game player, you could do that. Baron is, of course, going into Peak Streak, which he'll learn the toll that it takes. Rev is also doing it himself. It's 100 days of badging a game every single day, based on R8 time, just as a little asterisk for that. So keep track of that.
Yeah, so the site is on UTC time, so that's for me, that's 6 p.m. every day is when the site resets for the day. Resets in the sense of like it turns over the clock, so it's kind of between one day and the next. So for peak streaking, I want to get at 6 o'clock every day. It's like, okay, now I need to start working on the next game that I'm going to badge for that. And Peak Streak has a ranking, basically just has 2 tiers right now. The first one you get it at 30. If you can go 30 days, a badge every day. Second rank is 100 days, if you can get a badge every day. I think Draco was talking to the dev behind this event, and they're talking about maybe extending that, because quite a few people are quite a ways past that, or have had streaks in the past that are quite a ways past that. So it'd be kind of cool to see like maybe like a 100 days, 200 days, and then like a year or 300 days, something like that. That'd be pretty neat. But at least for now, it's just 30 days and 100 days. So pretty cool. Peak streak. Hey, Draco, there's somebody else that's been peak streaking. Welcome in, sir. You did mention to have more badge. Yeah, it'd be cool to have more of those. This is the F1 racing event that Manny was mentioning, where you're going to be going through and beating or badging a bunch of different racing games for this one. There's also memorial events that people set up for various game developers and artists and musicians and things that have passed on. Like there's one for the guy that was the founder and original president of Falcom, Masayuki Kato, I think. And you get that event badge. It's evergreen, so it's not time limited. But if you beat a bunch of the beater badge, actually, I take that back. There's specific achievements they want you to get in each game. So there's like 5 different Falcom games they want you to get. Some of them are beat conditions. Most of them are just like get to a certain point of the game. So there's like the Brandish Dark Revenant game on PSP. What is it? The platforming one on NES. Legacy of the Wizard.
Yeah.
Ys 3, the remake of Ys 3 on PSP, which is I'm just having brain farts left and right here. Oath of Felghana, I think it was. There's another badge that's out there for Akira Toriyama, where they want you to play a bunch of Dragon Ball games and some. I don't know if Chrono Trigger is on that list.
Dr. Slump is definitely on there.
Dr. Slump. Yeah, possibly some of the Dragon Quest games.
I think so.
Draco says they are not into that. Oh, okay. So the dev said no. Playing Mario Party with a friend. Now you're gonna unplug your PC since you're changing tomorrow to have your date on it. Okay. Well, thank you for the lurk, sir. Hope your PC change out goes well. Anyway, let's go ahead and bring up a video. We were talking about Echo Knight. Let's go ahead and bring up one of the videos for it here. Rev's always helping. Yeah. Rev's pretty great. I think he was here earlier. Might still be here. Yeah, I'll throw him a shout out. There we go. Took a minute for Streamlabs to go there.
Yeah, I saw that. I was like, I like looked at the spelling first. I was like, did you spell it?
Oh no, I messed it up. Fuck.
Oh, that's Battletoads.
It's okay. Okay, I got 5 lives to play with. Let's do it.
Sometimes. Okay, so this is a full-on long play we picked here. So we'll just kind of skip forward to some actual gameplay here. Oh, it's in first person. For some reason, I was thinking this was going to be in third.
You're giving this to me? Was that supposed to do with something?
Kind of mix him a cocktail, I guess, or something. Skip forward a bit. I think, if I remember right, a lot of the point of this game is you're, I think you're on like a cruise liner or something like that, and you're there's a lot of like spirits there that you're trying to exorcise, and you exercise them by like helping them with their lingering regrets. And you make progress through the ship as you all the various things.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting game of its time. Like, I don't think anybody's gonna go back to this game and say it's like, oh man, look at this hidden gem. But I do think if you like survival horror, and if you kind of like, I don't want to say like this style, but this kind of creepy atmosphere horror versus like the in-your-face jump scare, I think you'll really like this game.
Yeah, I definitely prefer that. Like, I'm not big on jump scares, so definitely prefer more like suspense, you know?
Psychological horror is my personal favorite, but
more Silent Hill than Resident Evil. Though Silent Hill has some jump scares. I guess you're going kind of back into people's memories too. So you kind of go to different areas that way. I think as far as there's action in the game, it's mostly like you were seeing with that a second ago, where you go into certain rooms and you have to get to the light switch before you get hit by the various ghosts that are a little bit more what do I want to say, a little bit more malicious. But a lot of it's basically just exploring different areas, figuring out what to do, what items to use in what area. A lot of adventure game style stuff. Which, I mean, you know, survival horrors typically have stuff like, you know, Silent Hill has its fair share of stuff like that, and Resident Evil has its fair share of, you know, collecting medallions and putting them in puzzles, pushing statues around, etc. So this is all about getting the rail cars to the right spots.
I do think the sequel is a way better example of a horror game, just in general.
Anyway, I'm definitely going to give this one more time on some of my own time later. This one and the other one, the Mizurna Falls, I think. So, would definitely recommend that one if you're into survival horror games, if you're into early FromSoft. Interesting experience. Next up, we got Micro Machines. Turbo Tournament 96. So this is another one of the top-down racers. So if you're familiar with the other Micro Machines games, if you're familiar with some of the kind of isometric perspective racers from like the Neo Geo games, it's kind of similar to some of those. what was it we played? I think it was like Off-Road, Super Off-Road or something like that. A couple weeks back. I think this is probably similar. Let's see, they want you to complete each mode. Complete each of the 5 first races in 1 super lap. 1 challenge mode. Complete league mode in 3 seasons. Pro league mode in 3 seasons. Take certain shortcuts. Pass between the 2 feet and go around the knee from the outside in a single high. Huh. Take the lead before the first bridge and keep it throughout the entire race. Okay, so there's some very level-specific achievos here. There's some time trial achievos, time attack stuff. Push an opponent from a corn cob without falling yourself. So basically do some push an enemy off. Only turning left in a racing game? Oh boy. Only turn in one direction.
That seems kind of brutal.
No braking. Don't take left at the first junction. Oh, okay. I don't know if I like this set. Stuff like that, kind of. Let's look it up.
I'm usually not a fan of this type of styling of a set. A great example is like Initial D. I feel like that's a much better way to do the challenges because it's set up in the game, like don't spill water from the glass. Or just like it's much more set up in the game, whereas this is much more like you just want the person to play like a very certain way that there's no like reward for it.
Well, aside from Chiba.
Well, yeah, but it's
Nothing
also
in-game.
like where you look at something like damage list, or you look at something like beat this a certain way to increase the difficulty. It feels very arbitrary. Like, yeah, it's gonna be more difficult because I'm actually just losing game options. I'm not able to turn right. Like, of course it's gonna be harder. Seems like a decent little racing game though. Seems very floaty though.
So it looks like you have kind of a jump option as well. A little hop anyway. Games like this can be kind of fun for a change of pace every once in a while. I want to say the original Micro Machines on NES, I've heard a lot of praise for from some people that I've hung out with. As both a pretty straightforward badge and a fun game. I think there's some on the Game Boy as well. Quite a variety of cars between tracks, too. Anyway, so that's Micro Machines. If you like racing games, if you like the top-down style especially, maybe give this one a try. Though, again, a lot of those achievements near the bottom there kind of scared me, so... I don't know. Only turning left or pick a direction you can turn. I don't know how you do that in a game like that. All right. Next up, we got another wrestling game. I am also not going to play this one. We're just going to check out the YouTube for it. Okay, so much like a lot of the other ones, beat the game with each character. Okay, so beats. Complete arcade mode with those. Oh, I see. Higher. Is that a higher difficulty mode? What am I? It's different there. Oh, maybe these are just extra characters. So beat the game with the main characters, and then beat the game with the unlockable characters, probably. Dang, this game has a lot of characters. And then I guess looks like it's got some. Well, these are matches progression. A proper location. Okay. Huh. Well, and then there's Chivos for unlocking those various characters. Complete the tournaments with high ranks. Beat a bunch of levels in survival mode. That's a pretty straightforward set. Another one. So if you like Kinnikuman Man, if you like wrestling games, here's yet another one for you.
This reminds me of a bit of like Tekken.
Yeah.
Just the like stand. Of course, it's more wrestling based, but
I mean, Tekken has a lot of grab moves too, and like different moves to get out of grabs, and various setups to do specials and things. Especially, not all the Tekken fighters are like wrestlers, but there are some that are very specifically wrestlers, right? Like there's the Tiger Mask guy, there's the bear.
yeah, like King does a lot of wrestling, and all of them have like your grab confirms and stuff. You're right on that. Panda is much more of just like a long sweep thing, I guess would be how I would describe it.
But there you go. If you like wrestling games, this is like what the I want to say it's like the third or the fourth PS2 one we've seen from Kinnikuman Man series. So I got quite a few on the site here. Okay, so it's the third one on PS2. And then we've got a port, I think, of one. Yeah, well, no, that might be a separate game altogether. You got Muscle Generations, then you got Legends versus New Generation. So yeah, you got your choice. Got your choices for Kinnikuman Man wrestling games. Next up, we got Ultima 4, Quest of the Avatar. So the Ultima games are a series of RPGs. They're CRPGs rather than JRPGs. They're basically Western RPGs. This is by the same guy who did A Call of Death, Lord British, as he goes by. He's self-inserted into the series, of course, too. But these are kind of interesting games in a lot of different ways. One of them is that they combine a lot of sci-fi elements as well as fantasy. So you'll be wandering around fighting, dragons and goblins with swords and sorcery, and then you'll find a ray gun, and you'll find a spaceship, and you'll go into a mode where you're like fighting TIE fighters. So it's kind of a mix and mash of a lot of different things. It's got a lot of references to other games and other series. So kind of interesting in that regard. It's also very early. Ultima 1 was very early in kind of, what I want to say, kind of setting the standard for a lot of RPGs to follow. And so like Dragon Quest kind of riffed off this, and then not ripped, but Rift was heavily influenced by this, greatly simplified it, and that kind of became the standard for JRPGs. But this is a later one in the series, and it's had a lot of obviously there's a lot of evolution from the first Ultima up through what I think there's like 7 in the series, and there's like Ultima Online, there's Ultima Underworld.
Yeah, there's a lot.
They went a lot of directions with it. But this one got ported everywhere. This is the Master System version. There's an NES version that came out quite a while ago with the set. And the Apple II is probably the original one. So if you like the Ultima games, now you have multiple systems and ports to get Chivos on. So if you've already got the NES one, I would recommend going for this one, because it's probably going to play very similarly. This is the Master System version. So you got all the progression achievements. These games do have a lot of the what would I call this? Kind of you can decide to go murder hobo in most of these games. You can steal from pretty much every NPC. You can kill every NPC. You can do some pretty crazy stuff. You can lock yourself out of completing the game that way. And sometimes, like, if you attack certain NPCs, they will, immediately kill you. But if you're high enough level, you might get away with some of those things. Let's see. Okay, so there's a lot of travel to different locations and do different things in one session. So a lot of like endurance achievos here. I think there might be multiple endings in this one. Maybe. You do get a lot of options on how you want to play. So you can be a pretty virtuous avatar. You can be a pretty evil kind of guy. You can be kind of in the middle. Has a lot of those kind of same sort of ideas in some senses as wizardry and some of the wizardry games with like alignment. And there's a lot of exploration and collection achievos here as well. Oh, and there's a lot of beating a dungeon in a single run. So these are also kind of endurance type achievos as well. And then conversation keywords. So talk to everybody. Get all the different conversation keywords you can take to talk to people. I know, I don't know if you guys are familiar with Los, Code Monkey Jeff here on the site, but he's got a bunch of the Ultimate games. He'll probably go for this one. I'm pretty sure he's got the Apple II one. Yep, there he is. So if you have any Ultima questions, if you decide to go for this set, he's a good source of information. Hey, Cosmic, good to see you. We are on. We're going kind of slow because I played way too much Brotherhood of Steel, but we are currently looking at Ultima 4 on the Master System. Bring up one of the bits here. Jesus, I had way too much fun with it. I spent like an hour and a half with it, and then I spent way too much time trying to get a stupid Achievo doing training in one of the wrestling games. So now we're just watching YouTube vids just so that we can get through a decent number of these. Interesting. So you can like get various people to join your party. Yep, we're currently looking at Ultima number 4 on the Master System. I don't remember if this one had random encounters. I think it does. Maybe not. Looks like you ran out of food. I think this one has food mechanics to it, or hunger, I guess. A Calibeth has hunger as well. It's like one of the most basic things you have to buy is a bunch of food. If you run out, you start losing health pretty quickly. But yeah, if you're interested in kind of like RPG history, especially like Western game development history, the Ultima series is pretty interesting on that level, and I would highly recommend checking them out. I know I've played a bit of a Calibeth, and Ultima's on my list. I think the original Ultima has randomly generated dungeons, which wouldn't be so bad. So in a Calibeth, there's randomly... When you step into a floor, it's randomly generated. When you leave the floor and come back, it randomly generates. So you can't draw a map of a floor and then come back to that floor and expect the map to be useful. Like, I think the ladders are going to be in the same place, but the walls change. The walls change and the enemies change. So it's... I don't know. I don't really like that. It's a really basic system. It's kind of definitely a product of its time, but I much prefer a system that's a little bit more like, you know, okay, we have a randomly generated dungeon, sure, I'll walk into a floor and I'll get randomly generated, but I expect if I go down a level and come back up a level, that, you know, the walls that I drew and the traps that I drew, you know, are going to be in the same place. Otherwise, what was the point of mapping it out, right? And I don't know. It's like you might as well just move around randomly and not even care. And just be like, well, if I get lost, I get lost. Because you do get spells. You get like an amulet that you can use to make a ladder up or make a ladder down. And it has a actually pretty good chance of working most of the time. So like when you want to get out of a dungeon, you typically do that instead of trying to find the ladder in a level. Especially when there's pits all over that are, you know, randomly there. So I don't know. I didn't like a Calibeth all that much when I gave it a shot because of that. I don't know. I think Ultima 1 might have the same issue. I haven't played it yet. But I think they have more specifically made not randomized dungeons in like 2 and 3 and 4 onward. So I'm a little bit more willing to give those a try. But I don't know. A Calibeth has a really simple set, and it's actually pretty quick to badge if you're going for it. I kind of just did one dungeon and then went on to a different game. but it's very cheesable in a lot of ways. So it's kind of interesting to check out from a history perspective too. Anyway, that was Ultima. Next up we got Mr. Bean. So Foxy actually played this one on Saturday as part of his breakfast stream. Let me throw him a shout out again, because why not? Every Saturday he does a stream where he plays various games that his audience picks for him. That are all, as long as they're all TV show or cartoon based or commercial based. He'll play like Inspector Gadget or Spot or Mario or Sonic, because those have cartoons. He'll play like anime games.
I can't time that any better. I
But
can't time that any better at all. Pay
anyway,
attention.
Mr. Bean had a cartoon show for a time, and so he popped this one and played it a bit. It's kind of a puzzle platformer from what I saw. Actually pretty fun. Seemed like Foxy was having fun with it. As far as the Chivos go here, there's a lot of exploration, collection Chivos. There's Deathless. Finish level 1 without dying, using spray, frying pan, or pirate hat. So that might be kind of Deathless and Pacifist. I didn't know he had a cartoon either until they came up on his show, on his Saturday show, and people were talking about it. Finish a level while jumping less than 150 times. Finish a level without dying or taking damage. Complete all 9 bonuses in every level. Unlock any locked chest. Collect jigsaw pieces. Get 2 or more enemies at the same time using a frying pan. Hit 50 enemies using a frying pan without returning to the main menu. Okay, so that might require you to be deathless. But let's take a look. Okay, it's got a whack-a-mole minigame. So I guess you want to avoid stepping on rakes. Probably avoid stepping on bombs. It's got a pretty unique art style here. I'm not sure I love this. I guess the pirate hat is invincibility. Do you have any thoughts on this one, Manny?
I don't. It looks like the DS shovelware around the time. Like, it's. I didn't know anything about Mr. Bean, so I don't know if this is like on par of what. This is just not something I ever even like looked into. But it looks like, you know, the kid the kid shovelware that was on the DS at the time.
Yeah, just a bunch of levels of that. It's 2D but looks 3D. I don't know. You wouldn't even really call that 2.5D because you're not like moving up and down. Alright, well, might be kind of in the same category as stuff like that Ratatouille game on GBA and some of those other ones we've seen. There's, like you say, shovel. I don't know. It looks like it has a little bit more to it than just shovelware, but not much. I don't know. Maybe you're right. Maybe you would call it shovelware.
Like it's not even it could be a decent game and platformer. It's just like from what I'm seeing, it's very standard. Like, oh, we have a property, let's put it on the DS.
Mm-hmm. And just, I don't know. It doesn't look very having that very straightforward linear style. Kind of just makes me go eh. Anyway, next up is a game that you know a lot about. Clearly, you've already delved into it.
Never played a single Kingdom Hearts game in my life. Disney what? Final Fantasy who? Yeah, this is just a set for the base game. Basically, on the site, we already had a set for Final Mix, but the US version, the US didn't get Final Mix until 2013, which is long after the original Kingdom Hearts came out. But it just is honestly a fair set. There's a couple challenges specifically with the super bosses, like Sephiroth has a pretty, not brutal challenge, but one you have to think about. Overall, the set is pretty fair. If you want a Kingdom Hearts badge, I think this is one of the, not easier ones, but one of the more less time-consuming ones. There's not a lot of... The only thing you're having to learn is maybe Kurt Ziza has a challenge. The Phantom, a lot of people already know how to deal with that. And Sephiroth is probably the biggest trouble. The only other hard, in quote, achievement is probably limited to 10 items, 10 consumable items in the entire game, which, if you're like me, basically means that you have to go to the end of the game before you do all the super bosses, which is not what I like to do. Personally, but hey, that's what the achievement calls for. Overall, a very simple set. If you don't like the Final Mix set, which, keeping on the download here, I don't think is that great of a set, this is much more favorable to you. And if you like Kingdom Hearts 1 and you don't like Final Mix, then even more of a bonus.
Yeah, so they're definitely having you do some things here, like limiting the number of skills and such. That make things a little bit more difficult with some of those fights. I don't remember exactly what expert mode does. I think expert mode makes you die quicker, right? Like you have less health to play with, and I think enemies take more hits to kill.
Yeah, so basically So Kingdom Hearts in Final Mix has what is known as Proud Mode, which is actually harder than Expert Mode. We didn't get that difficulty option in the US until with the PS3 re-release of Final Mix. So it basically goes, you have Beginner, which I think in this game, there's no true Beginner, it's just Normal. You have like Normal, and then you have Expert, and then Final Mix added Proud, which is the normal difficulty now as we know it. Then Kingdom Hearts 2 would eventually add Critical Mode, which is pretty brutal. But Kingdom Hearts 1 doesn't have that. Expert is just basically the hard mode version, and it's not that brutal at all. Especially since dodge roll gives you invincibility frames, so spam that, and there you go.
Alrighty. Except at least on one of these bosses I saw you couldn't use guard or dodge roll. So
Yeah, which all you need to do, hint, I think that's against Riku. If it's against Riku in the little arena at the end of Hollow Bastion, just glide. Just a hint, glide breaks it. He can't deal with it. So there you go.
good to know. And we've already got quite a few masteries. I see there's at least 9 masteries already, so very achievable set. We should probably bring up some Kingdom Hearts just because. But if you're familiar with the well, if you're not familiar with the series, I should say, Kingdom Hearts is basically a crossover game where they brought in a couple of original characters from Square Enix, mixed with characters from Final Fantasy games and other Square properties, mixed with a whole bunch, primarily, I'd say, bunch of Disney characters. And you're kind of going across, you kind of visit each, like, properties area. I don't know if they even had, like, a Final Fantasy area of any kind, or any kind of Square area, per se. But they pretty much had just, like, a lot of, what is it, like a Hercules area, a Mermaid, Little Mermaid area, Tarzan,
Wonderlands,
yeah,
Halloween, The Nightmare Before Christmas. You have Monstro representing Pinocchio. You have Agrabah representing Aladdin. You have Neverland representing Peter Pan, though honestly you are only on the ship in the first game, so not exactly a good showcase of Peter Pan. But and then Hollow Bastion is kind of the original world, or as spoilers you find out in the second one, Radiant Garden, is basically how they kind of centralize the Final Fantasy characters. That's kind of their connection to the Kingdom Hearts universe, is Hollow Bastion's their world, even if it's kind of wacky in that regard, because I don't think Zack, Cloud, and Leon would share the same world just in general, but
yeah, I mean, because each Final Fantasy game is kind of its own thing, so. As far as, like, just gameplay goes, you do get, it's kind of an action RPG. You get some spells, you get some items. You get Donald and Goofy following you around. I want to say one of them's like a healer, one of them's like a... No, one of them's like a mage, one of them's like a knight type character, I guess.
Yeah.
They get some various, like, techniques. Well, like, Donald gets magic, and Goofy gets, like, techniques where he can, like, taunt or block some certain type of attacks. The combat, I remember the combat in this one being kind of janky as far as, like, hitboxes go, and there's certain things you can do against certain enemies. It's all about kind of like timing with their attacks. It's almost a parry system. That's maybe the wrong word for it. But
yeah, I can see that. Like, it's very similar to parry, because you have guard, and guard is, you then, like, once they flinch back, or now they're out of their cooldown or whatever, you're then able to do the hack and slash element. I could definitely see it being called a parry system.
Yeah, it's basically like they have certain moves that you can. I think there's like certain things you can hit with your Keyblade to do kind of special things with for particular enemies.
Yeah, like for example, on the Bosch great way of doing that. Boss, you're watching, he does these little light orbs that you can hit back for tech points, which aren't a major mechanic, but you hit them back and it does quite a bit of damage in comparison to your Keyblade at the point that you're at.
Right.
There's also a bunch of other stuff, like if you're, for example, fighting, say, Cloud, he does these wild swings. You're able to do a nice guard or a nice, like, timed hit, and you kind of flinch him back for a tech point, and you're able to go for a free combo. There's a lot of stuff like that for every boss, besides a couple of them.
Yep. Hey, Stag, welcome in. We are doing the RA review, looking at different games. We're currently looking at Kingdom Hearts for PS2. We've checked out Brotherhood of Steel, Echo Knight, Mizurna Falls, some Kinnikuman games. Just a lot of good stuff tonight. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to play it all. Spent most of my time on Brotherhood of Steel, which is actually a lot of fun. Quite like that one. And we dug in a little bit to Mizurna Falls. That one looks really interesting. Echo Knight is pretty unique. But yeah. We were just looking at the Kingdom Hearts set. Kingdom Hearts set is pretty straightforward. Manny was saying it's a little bit easier to get to master than the Final Mix. What would you say is like the hardest achievement on Final Mix?
Final Mix, there's the unknown fight. So there's a fight added, which is to reference a character in Kingdom Hearts 2, and he's just titled Unknown in the game. And I'm pretty sure it's a damageless fight for Final Mix. Let me check.
Ooh.
But it's probably the hardest one. There's a couple others in Kingdom Hearts Final Mix that I think are pretty brutal as well. I'm really glad when I type in Kingdom Hearts into RA, it just straight up doesn't give me Final Mix. That's nice.
Mm-hmm.
Let me see.
Hey Bo, welcome in. Congratulations on your peak streaking too. We saw you were doing that as well, and you gotten pretty far. So, congrats on that, sir. And Stag was asking about Brotherhood of Steel. It's like Dark Alliance. Yep, that's what Rev was saying. It's very similar to. It's a kind of top down hack and slash RPG. The closest game I played to it is kind of like Diablo 2. Hitboxes are a little bit jankier. It's not as good as Diablo, I would say, but still pretty cool. If you like the Fallout aesthetic, it's definitely that. It's got a lot of the same kind of humor as the Fallout games. At 52, yeah, congratulations on that, Bo. I'm on 7.
Hey, you're all on your way.
Yeah. So did you find what you're looking for with Final Mix?
Yeah, so the hardest one is just the unknown fight. Basically you beat unknown on proud mode without getting hurt. It's 100-pointer for a reason. It's not the most brutal 100-pointer, but it's definitely up there as being very annoying. Especially since, as you said, Kingdom Hearts 1's combat is a little jank. So some hitboxes are not fair, we'll say.
What doesn't exist can't hurt you. Beat unknown on proud mode without being hurt. Yeah. There you go. What is I guess we should see what the unknown fight looks like.
Oh, it's a pretty crazy fight for Kingdom Hearts 1 standards. Because this was a boss fight that was added to Final Mix. So we didn't get it until 2013 when PS3 Final Mix came out in US. It's a really brutal boss fight. He did Wooden Sword versus Unknown, which is hilarious. But okay, he's also cheating. He's using the abilities for it. Wooden Sword stands for something different, dude. All right.
Oh, thank you, Benny.
But yeah, this is one of the faster acting bosses in general. It's very similar to how Sephiroth actually fights in this game too. It's very flashy. There's not a lot of time you can actually hit him. And now imagine doing this damageless.
Yeah, you'd have to get those patterns down pat.
Yeah, there's spots in there that you can definitely do it. There specifically that wall right there is probably the most annoying. for any aspiring people going for the achievement. That wall right there is very hard to react to or even know it's coming. Those balls are easier to react to. He's just kind of using his health sponge here. But yeah, as you can see, look at that. Look at his little move. He's just twirling around, and every single hit you have to avoid. He also isn't using Super Glide, which is an option. So.
Oh, that's Super Glide, I take it? Or Glide, anyway?
Yeah, that's regular Glide. Super Glide allows you to basically, like, go really fast instead. It's very useful for specifically this fight, because while dodge roll is incredibly broken in this game, sometimes you just want distance, and Super Glide allows you to go really far, really fast. It's also very helpful in the Sephiroth fight if you use Super Glide versus regular Glide, because you can avoid his nuke. But you can actually see right now he's using what is known as a jail lock attack, where all of his commands on the left were doing damage to him instead, and he has to wait till the release option appeared, which the Unknown has it, and Lingering Will has a similar thing in Kingdom Hearts 2, which is also another 100-pointer fight, though a little easier than this one.
Good to know. All right, so there's Kingdom Hearts and Kingdom Hearts Final Mix. Final Mix was an earlier set, but if you like Kingdom Hearts, check it out. I did notice I accidentally skipped some. There's a Popeye volleyball game came out. It's probably plays pretty similar to, it's on Game Gear, so it probably plays pretty similar to some of the other volleyball games and like double tennis type games. So you have to win a game on each court, and complete a game, a 7-point set on each court on at least normal difficulty. Win a 12-point game of 3 sets on hard. Receive a continue on every unique bonus game in a single session. Okay, so basically get through all the bonus games. Looks like people are not getting the these ones. I see only softcore so far, but people are getting at least the basic game down. Let's see, this is Popeye volleyball. Game Gear.
Oh yeah, you did miss a couple of these. I was Popeye volleyball. It's an interesting looking badge for sure. Pretty cool.
Oh yeah, if you like Popeye badges, there you go.
It's a really cool one.
Popeye volleyball. Why? I mean, we were talking earlier about shovelware, right? It wasn't just in the era of the DS.
Oh, it was everywhere. It's just the DS and the Wii had probably, I think, the biggest like conglomerate of it. Man, you have to do this without letting them score a point for the set? Wow. I don't know if I could do this. I was like, man, maybe I'll go for the badge. It looks pretty interesting. I'm watching this gameplay. It's... Look at that. Popeye got launched. How's that fair?
And Bluto has ghost members.
I don't...
Looks like getting the pixels and the aim right on this one is What were you saying?
I'm just saying, I think this badge might be out of reach for a very long time.
Oh, without letting the opponent score. I missed that when I was reading it. First part. Okay. So 7 point set without letting the opponent score at all. Alright. It's not fair this guy has a ghost. Yeah, yeah. Well, there you go. If you like volleyball
Referee,
games...
Foul, there's a ghost on set.
There you go. There's another volleyball game for you. It does look pretty rough, potentially. There was also this one, which is a Men in Black themed shoot 'em up, first-person shooter rather. Which I would not have expected. I would not have expected a first-person shooter from Men in Black. I think there's some platformers, right? Maybe.
This is based on the series though, not the actual like movie.
Right. Yeah, there's the Game Boy Color one. I think we've seen Foxy play this one. This one's kind of bad, honestly. I mean, it's okay, but it's a run and gun. But this one here is a first-person shooter. Okay, so complete a level. So there's some kind of like hostage that you have to defeat enemies before they kill, whatever. But there's a Chivo there for defeating them before they damage more than half. I'll progress up to that point. Okay, a lot of Chivos around using certain weapons, getting a certain number of kills with them. Complete a level damageless. Complete a level with an MIB rating of 100 or more. So that's probably find all secrets, kill all enemies. Potentially it could be accuracy too. Let's see, so Men in Black, PSX gameplay. There we go. Yeah, so if you're unaware, there's a cartoon series that was based on the Men in Black movies that came out in, I want to say like late 90s, early 2000s.
With tentacles and teeth everywhere. It had 10 ears and 5 eyes and what a big metal hook for...
Alright, let's just skip to the gameplay here. Looks like it's got kind of like GoldenEye controls where you can like... I don't know. It's kind of got auto aim.
Man, that's wild. Looks weird.
This almost seems like a parody horror game. Maybe this is just like the training area or whatever.
I have no idea. Like, I never got into like the series or whatever that this is based on.
Yeah,
like, I like the movies.
I saw a few episodes. Not one of my favorite series, but it was good popcorn entertainment. It's not terrible.
Seems like kind of basic. It's definitely, you know, FPS on the PlayStation. It definitely has that rough quality.
Yeah. Well, there you go. It's another first-person shooter game for those who like first-person shooters on consoles. As we were talking about earlier today, with we were talking about Unreal and some of those ones. But I suppose you could hook the mouse up and do this one. Probably
be better.
There you go. If you like Men in Black, if you like first-person shooters, give it a shot. Speaking of first-person shooter, well, I guess this is a third person, but next up we got one of the 007 games. A lot of these they'd have different segments. So like you'd have a segment where you're like in a car chase kind of scene. You'd have like the majority of the game is probably going to be like third-person shooter, over-the-shoulder shooter kind of thing. Possibly with a cover system. Possibly with a cover system. A lot of exploration and running and completing different objectives and little missions here and there. I almost feel like saying a lot of these games are almost like mini games just because of how different the gameplay can be from level to level. But this one sounds like it's mostly, looking at the Chivo list here, it looks like it's mostly just shooting segments. You have some time attack stuff, speed runs, beat levels on 007 difficulty, which is probably like hardest difficulty.
More likely. I played this game on the 360, which I have no idea if it's actually like the same game. It probably isn't, because it came out like a year before, it looks like. Or, I don't know, same time. But I remember thinking it was just an okay game, like on 360. If this is anything like it, like I don't think it's gonna be one of those ones that you're gonna remember and go like top 10, baby. It's much more of like, I played it, I had some fun, and if you want, more 007 badges, well, there you go. You have to go for the mastery now.
Yeah, you'll have to do some James Bond Jr. on the Sega Master System too. Gotta catch them all.
How many James Bond games are there now? There's
a lot.
On RA right now, there is 20 exactly. And we're still missing a lot of them. So if you want all the badges, you have a lot to work for.
I'm just kind of skipping through till... Here we go. Out of the tutorial.
Watch out for Mitchell. He could surface any time.
Yeah, it looks very similar to 360. Different though. 360 is much more like, how would I say it? A lot like Uncharted in a way. Much more free flow.
I mean, this might be a video of somebody that knows exactly where they're going and is kind of skipping, because it looks like there's like larger areas that he's going through that have more turns, twists and turns, but he's going pretty straight.
One of the funnier things is looking at the mini map. How some of the older games have the mini map. Look at that! Look at that thing.
Yeah, it's not super informative.
There's a square in here. We're not sure what to tell you about it, but there is in fact a square.
And some triangles. Maybe some circles. Oh look, there's a circle.
There's a red thing? Man, this is definitely 2008 coded. Oh man. I don't think I could do that on the hardest difficulty. You're dead. Tree doesn't look half bad. it's definitely different than the 360 version.
Mm. So scripted, yeah. I mean, I would say in general there were a lot of games that were kind of like this, with like, you know, over the shoulder shooter kind of thing. None of them were, in my opinion, very good, and like it's kind of why I didn't play a bunch of them. But I don't know, they're okay. They're all pretty decent, fun as far as things go. I don't know what to say apart from that. But they are kind of built around like trying to make a movie out of a video game in a lot of ways, which is kind of the, I don't know, kind of the goal. And like the big ones that stand out are stuff like Uncharted. Though at least Uncharted had kind of that exploration sensibilities that you had from like Tomb Raider, where you'd like get into an area and it was big and there was like just lots of room to explore and check out, and little puzzles and things, and climbing puzzles and platforming and stuff like that. Whereas I think this is more like, you know, go from start to finish. Let's get them, you know, let's keep the action going and keep you doing something.
It's definitely, I don't know, it's like almost to, it's not, of course, the same thing, but it reminds me of a lot of Heavy Rain, where I'm just like, I'm doing an action, and then I have a cutscene that plays, and then I'm doing an action, there's another cutscene that plays, and then I'm doing an action, there's another cutscene that plays.
Yeah, you walk 5 feet, little cutscene, 5 feet, little cutscene, 5 feet, little cutscene. PS2 is the best review. Interesting.
We both read it at the same time. We're heroes.
Jinx on a martini. Shaken, not stirred.
On Metacritic, huh? Some of those retro reviews of like games that came out around this time are really wild, like to read. Like they'll be like, you know, it's a lot like Uncharted, but it sucks. And they're just very, very flat with it.
I mean, you do come across a lot of reviewers sometimes that are just like, yay or nay, you know, like thumbs up, thumbs down, and that's really all their review is going to be. They're not going to give you like they're not going to put it like on a granular tier list kind of thing, or say, you know, I don't know, you don't get a lot of like 5 out of 10 reviews, 6 out of 10 reviews, 4 out of 10 reviews, I feel like, in a lot of magazines. Not just from that era, but just in general. Anyway, so that was 007 Quantum of Solace on PS2. Next up, we got a subset to talk about. This is a glitch showcase for Paper Mario. So I'm not really sure what all the glitches in Paper Mario are, but if you're interested in finding out about them and performing them, this is the set for you.
This is also a very interesting set to have now, because if we were to literally talk about glitches in Paper Mario, just what, 2-3 years ago, the set would be like half the size it is. Like a lot of these glitches are fairly new, not fairly newly found, but like have been explored a lot more in recent years. And it's kind of weird to see on like a lot of these new discoveries. I guess new is quotation marks here, but a lot of these like newer things being in an achievement set, and I feel like a lot of them haven't been fully explored. So it'll be interesting to see if this gets revised in the next couple of years as well.
That'd be kind of interesting. It's like updated as people explore and find out new glitches. Just constantly revised and revised. Looks like some people have already gotten quite a few. Seems like a lot of them just kind of skimming through some of these ones. A lot of them are like sequence breaking.
Yeah.
In the first room from the front door. That one throw all raise the pipe. Yeah, so you'd probably want like a guide or something to figure out these ones. Sometimes glitch subsets can be kind of interesting. I want to say the bonus subset for Super Mario World, I watched Wise do a bunch of the glitches in that one, and it was kind of cool. It was kind of interesting to see. Partly just because Super Mario World is so kind of open with all the different things you can actually do, and crazy things you can do with certain jumps and off of certain things. You can get some like the whole shell jump thing that they use in Kaizos and whatnot. So that was kind of neat. But like this one is almost more like, you know, you have this ability to jump. You have various things you can use. You know, your little buddies that let you travel past certain areas and things. So it's not super surprising that there'd be like ways to get around things, but I don't know, 102 achievements worth is kind of surprising.
There's a lot here that also I'm not very confused. It's just I feel like because Paper Mario has like a certain section of glitches that are much more achievable to anybody that can play. But some of these are really close to tasks. Like, so it'll be interesting to see if anybody gets them. For like, there's a lot of specific buttons here. There's a lot of stuff, and I'm not anywhere close enough to do any of this. But if you're into the Paper Mario scene, maybe you could do like 90% of the set. But some of these I'm reading, I don't think we're gonna see anybody get them for a long time without a lot of grinding.
All right, next up we got Puzzle in Action, Tant R. So I played a little bit of this one, actually before stream, as I was getting set up. It's got some of the characters from I want to say I've seen it before, Bonanza Brothers, yeah. So they're these like weird sort of pin-shaped characters. And this one, it's like using those characters, but then taking them and putting them in like a mini game set of things. And so like every time you are up against a particular stage, you have 4 different mini games you have to go through to clear the stage. And so they have like slots. They have like a block counting game. They have just like a handful of different things. So if you're into like minigame games, if you're into a lot of them are kind of math or sort of visual, what do I want to say, like visual puzzles. What would be the word for that? Like you look at something and it's not as you might intuit if you're like counting how kind of actually I guess some of the latent puzzles have some of these kinds of elements to them. So a lot of like kind of thinking outside the box sort of things.
Yeah, I wouldn't really know what to call those, like visual puzzles, logic puzzles. I'm sure there's specific words for them, but
See if we can find a YouTube video for this one. Okay, so they have like a shell puzzle one. Got a shoot 'em up minigame. Or I guess it'd be more like just avoidance rather than shoot 'em up, but...
Really weird game.
Gotta find the right part.
Be careful, guys. Baron might lose a piece here.
For those who don't get that inside joke, there's some Dreamcast jigsaw puzzle games that I badged, and the way that they like locked pieces in, you would lock them in. You'd you know, put your pieces onto the board, right? But if you had pieces behind where the pieces that you just locked in were, you wouldn't be able to access those pieces anymore under certain circumstances. So you could get a piece locked behind other pieces, and I managed to lose pieces in a digital jigsaw puzzle.
I didn't know it was possible. Oh, here's a timing. Quite a expansive range, 488 to 5. Most people are able to react to that.
Yeah, so quite a few different little mini games here. Here's your slot one, I guess. I guess you have to probably get the oh, you probably have to find the row that's like that, or you have to find. So it's like a crossword puzzle.
Yeah, it's the second one, or second to last. I could see that already. There it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one pretty quick. That one's in the middle.
So you see what I mean when I say visual puzzles?
Yeah, it's really hard to. Man, this one's really easy.
Oh, we got some sliding puzzles.
I'd rather do 1,000 of those like visual puzzles than sliding puzzles.
Yes,
I'm terrible
agreed.
at
Got a maze here. So yeah, if you like minigame games, a lot of like visual and logic type puzzles, if you like some of the Mario Party minigames, this might be up your alley. This is called Tant R, and it's on the arcade. There's actually quite a few different games in the series, the Puzzle and Action series here. See, there's a port to Game Gear that's got a set. There we go, Bonanza Brothers. I think the regular Bonanza Brothers, those play a little bit more like, almost like elevator action. Just kind of like a straight up more action arcade kind of game. But these ones, I guess we'll see if these ever get more sets here. They're at least in the system, so we might see them later. But yeah, there you go. Pretty neat little game. What else we got here? The other Kinika Man. I'll just pull this one up. This one's pretty straightforward. It's basically defeat each enemy, defeat them without taking damage. successfully perform your Kaniku Buster, and then achieve high scores. I don't know if we'll be able to find a vid of this one because it's an MSX game, so it's a little rare. But I was actually playing this earlier, so I can pull it up pretty quick. Dang it, I've loaded in too many games the last couple days. Here we go. Oh look, it's even the same guy that we were watching the video of for the PS2 game earlier.
Games are always a wild experience.
Yeah, so you basically just have one button to attack here, and depending on which oh, I already got hit. So much for doing damageless. It's all about catching them and there we go. The key is pretty much to stay mobile. Oh, he got me. Oh, what? He like backed into me. That was weird. There we go. So it was pretty quick, but it's yet another wrestling game here. Wait, did we already get this guy? Are we just going back now?
I have no idea. You got 4 achievements, though.
Yeah. I think it's just rolling over. Let's see. I'm just gonna pull up my list here, Chivos. Oh yeah. I guess it just keeps going.
Huh.
Ah, I took damage. This guy's hard. I mean, relatively speaking. He does the stupid tornadoes. we go. I think we got him. Alright, we'll give this guy one more try for damageless. Think we'll get him?
I believe it.
He got me. Oh, we got a Scorchy though. Bam. Oh. Ah. I guess, well, there's one more Scorchy Evo, 14 Thou. We can keep going until we get that, because we're pretty close anyway. Oh, they're getting harder. Kind of? Doing different moves, or doing them more often. There we go, 11 Thou. Oh, come on. Oh, wow. He did his super. Take that. This is a lot more fun than the GBA one.
It seems like it.
A little bit more to go and we'll get the score at least. Oh, so much for damageless. Ah! Gotcha. Ah. Ah. Does my score reset? Oh, we were so close to 14th Thou. Oh well, there you go. Kinnikuman on the MSX. There's like one button, just one button you push. It's like a Atari 2600 game or something. Alrighty, let's go back over. Bump it, bump it, bum. Okay. see, next up we got a Transformers game.
The set has been taken down.
Oh. Okay. I think I did read something about this one. I guess there's cheats that you can enable in game, and they're working on a patch that prevents that.
From what I understand, is the patch was actually done, but there was an error with something. I think it was something with like the achievements not like working properly. I don't actually know, but the patch is there. But I've been looking forward to this. Just a quick overview of this game. It's actually a pretty fun third-person shooter. We'll probably see it come up in the next couple weeks again, which you can probably review then. But it is a pretty standout game. I think it's fun. It's pretty mindless, like all third-person shooters, but hey. I never said I was mindful.
Well, you need some games that are just good popcorn games every once in a while. Let's see here. Oh, dang, this looks pretty good for PS2. This is PS2? It is PS2.
Yep. This is, I mean, all the Transformers games have this type of styling. Like, this is, of course, a later one, but even the first Transformers games, they're pretty... there's no way you're calling them, like, a movie tie-in or even, like, a shovelware. Like, they have... Like, someone spent some time to care.
Well, I mean, it is a movie tie-in, but it's not just a movie tie-in. Yeah.
Yeah. But see, you can go into car, and the city is pretty open. Like, of course, you're mission locked, but
so kind of like Hulk Ultimate Destruction.
Yeah, very similar. I do think this is a better game, personally.
I feel like I've seen this one before on our review. Is there a GameCube port or something that came out?
It's very similar to the other Transformers game. You definitely would have reviewed it because that came out like 4 months ago, I think.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. Transformers the game, which is very similar.
Yeah, it's not Mr. Convoy. That's way different. Okay, yeah, that looks really similar to what we're looking at here. So Transformers the game, and this one is just Transformers. That's an odd choice of naming. Transformers and Transformers the game. Oh well. Anyway, looks fun. Hopefully we'll see that set come out with the proper patch sooner than later. Let's see. Next up we got Crash and the Boys Street Challenge. This one's a track and field game. Kind of reminds me graphically, I was looking at this one earlier, it looks a lot like the River City Ransom Kunio-kun characters. I kind of think it might be related to that. Maybe the original Japanese version or something. Oh yeah, series, Kunio-kun. Yeah, okay. So it is a Kunio-kun game. That makes sense. Okay, and so this is basically like Kunio-kun at the Olympics. So you got some probably long jumping. There is a fighting scene, so there's maybe some beat 'em up mechanics. There's some swimming, water warriors, hammer throw. Running hurdles. Let's take a look at this one. Crash and Boys.
This game is hard. I don't know if I'm like bad, which probably, but when I loaded it up the other day, I just kept falling. I have no idea what I was doing. Like, it's an NES game. There's only 4 buttons. Like, what am I supposed to do?
Have you played the regular track and field?
Yeah, a long time ago. Probably never on RA.
So I think,
like,
if I remember correctly, a lot of it is you're tapping A and B back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So it's like a rhythm. You're like establishing a rhythm for the running. At least for running anyway. Do you remember doing that for like the track and field game?
Yeah, this one's a little different though. You kind of are always pressing, I think it's A, and then you like do B to like jump. But you have to press A at the right time, and it's very weird. I don't know if I'm just like doing the wrong rhythm or something, but like look at that. Look at that jump. And you're like doing this wild stuff the whole time.
I was like actually grabbing it and throwing it at the other guy sometimes.
Honestly, if the Olympics were like this, I'd watch every single minute.
I mean,
he's like, "Ooh."
I mean, there was that whole thing with the women's Olympics not that long ago, where the some runner like ran up and like grabbed another runner and pushed her to the ground, and like fouled her or something. Though with how blatant it was, I think they disqualified her pretty much immediately. But it was, that kind of stuff happens sometimes.
You know, hockey is my favorite sport, and you know, I went to a fight and a hockey game broke out. I mean, that's the statement there.
Well, I mean, it is a very French Canadian game, you know. Oh wow! You actually like going to the person's lane. That's great.
I like to imagine, it's not how the game works, but I like to imagine it would be cool if like you would have to go underwater and drag them because you're because if the ref sees you, it's a foul, but there's no fouls in this game.
The only foul is losing.
Yeah.
Okay, this game's kind of awesome. I don't know how to play it. It sounds like it's maybe difficult to figure out the controls, but I'm gonna add that to my list to check out sometime. Give it a little bit more, a little more depth too. As far as the Chivos here, we got quite a lot. Oh, it's got some leveling of some kind. So you raise a character's total stats from 390 or lower to max. Buy all the items. Heal 150 or more from a single item. Buy Inspire during every round. Inspire might be like in River City Ransom, you can buy a smile. For it's free, but you can buy one at the store. Win a full length tournament without buying any items. Win a full tournament using different player for each event. You gotta, for the main set, have to win a full length tournament at each school. I guess any one of these will give you the beat. It's kind of interesting. Win a match of fighting, seen 7 medals richer than you started it. Yeah, so a lot of Chivas around basically doing really well at each event. So that's pretty neat. It's a track and field game plus a beat 'em up. So
pretty neat.
Next up is this game. Leisure Suit Larry, Magna Cum Laude. So this was so if you're not familiar with the Leisure Suit Larry games, they're mostly adventure games with some spicy elements. You're main objective is to get your Larry, in most of them, is like a 40-year-old, basically the 40-year-old virgin who's trying to get laid, and you're trying to help him out. At least in the first game. In the later games, you actually get a relationship with a character who's then getting into various hijinks, and she's a policewoman, and you have to help bail her out. Except your main character is kind of a doof, so you're as much getting into more trouble as bailing her out. Kind of like Guybrush from the Monkey Island games. As raunchy as the kind of themes in the games are, aside from the first game, there's really not a whole lot of, I guess you'd say, mature content in like most of the Apple II games, aside from the first one. This one, however, is made by a different company, and you're playing the nephew, and it takes a very different spin on things. It's a much more explicit, but it's still like, early PS2 era graphics. It's kind of bad. Characters are kind of ugly, but you do see some pixelated hoo-has, among other things. So yeah, it's one of those kind of games. It is a minigame game with some very lewdly themed minigames. It's still more comedy than, like really meaning to be something that you'd expect people to get hot and humid over. But it's all a pretty poor taste in my humble opinion. But yeah, if you're into that, if you're it's good for a few laughs for sure. I know Wise went through and did the the Jackass game, and it's pretty similar in terms of the level of crudity. As far as that said, most of these are going to be, I mean, there's some just sort of silly achievos here, like fart 420 times, pee 6.9 gallons, get 100% completion rating, of course, get through the game. There's lots of little things to collect. Porn fairies. Hidden cash and secret tokens. It pays well in points. Yeah, oh yeah, it's got a lot of achievements. It's going to be worth a fair amount of points. PS2. Yeah, so 800 points. There's definitely bad taste parts. Yeah. Basically, there's a set of girls. It's kind of a harem game in some ways, where you're sort of like trying to romance these different girls, and you get a token of affection if you complete their section or complete their story or whatever. Yeah, complete each character's story. And get a perfect in all their activities. And I'm not gonna look this one up on YouTube, but anyway, if this is the kind of thing that makes you chuckle, then maybe worth it. Maybe worth checking out. Most of the stories end with cringe humor. Yep. All right. Do you have anything to add, Manny, before we go on to the next one?
I've never even played these. I'm not a big fan of what would you call these, like pseudo-erotic games? I mean, if that's your chick, cool, but I like mechanical development in games, impressive mechanics, and usually these games don't have any of that. So,
well, I would say like the original games are all just adventure games. So it's basically just wander around, find things, use funny things with other things. And it's all, you know, with these games, it's all a lot of crude humor, a lot of lewd stuff. It really doesn't take itself too super seriously, and it's not really that. In terms of like actual content, like the first couple games weren't actually all that raunchy. In terms of like, you know, I think the first one actually had some like strip scenes kind of thing, but it was like, you know, EGA 1980s graphics, so it's kind of like but like second through the fifth game, something like that, didn't really have that. It was more, you know, really more just the humor part of things. But it was, again, just pretty basic, straightforward adventure stuff. Find item, figure out where to use item. Don't get yourself soft locked. You know, get items when you need to. So yeah, I would, you know, I wouldn't say like I will probably play some of the earlier ones on Apple II if they get sets, and or DOS, but not this one. This one goes a little too far. But if it's your thing, go for it. All right. Next up, we got Zendoku, Sudoku Battle Action. So this one is a puzzle game that's loosely based on Sudoku, but instead of like adding up to a number, you're putting symbols on, and the symbols have to, as you put symbols down, it forces the opponent that you're on against to like they have a certain number of symbols that they have to put down, and they have to like kind of add up in a way. I'm not entirely sure how this works. But the set's pretty straightforward. It's pretty much all progress. Aside from, I mean, these are just clear the Zen mode with each character. Clear the Zen mode on the hardest difficulty with Hiroshi after you unlock him. Clear Zen mode on hardest difficulty with another unlocked character. Get lucky in quest mode. Complete a Sudoku in time trial by setting a value in a cell every 10 seconds or less. So sort of there's a time trial one. But the rest are pretty much just, you know, beat the game on master mode. So let's bring this one up. Zendoku. So if you like Sudoku, if you like puzzle games, this one might be up your alley.
Yeah, I have no idea what's going on in this game.
Well, so like in normal Sudoku, you have like 1 through 9 or 0 through 9, I think, and every in normal Sudoku, like you typically have a puzzle that's partly filled out, and then you're trying to put numbers in that will work, and you're sort of like logicking out, you know, what isn't present, and then putting it down, and things have to be arranged in such a way that there's only one of any given symbol in any row, any one of any given symbol in any column, one type in any given diagonal. And it would be broken up in this case because it's got 2 suns in this one. So I guess it would be like in every section you have to have one of every symbol. In every row, you have to have one of every symbol. In every column, you have to have one of every symbol.
Okay, it just seems like I like Sudoku a bit, but like having the symbols is really just odd.
It's kind of fun idea for a game. All right, Bo, thanks for stopping in. Sorry we're going kind of long on this one, but I appreciate you. Best of luck on your peak streaking. I still gotta get mine done before I call it a night. But yeah, you can only put one of these in now. Anyway, I'm gonna check that one out at some point a little more. Might be kind of fun. Alright, next up we got Puyo Puyo on Game Boy. Oh, the Kaneko Man is on there twice. It must have gotten revoked and then added back or something. It's weird. Anyway, not much to say about this one. If you're familiar with Puyo Puyo, it's all over the place, right? It's kind of you got Puyo Puyo, you got Mean Bean Machine, you got Dr. Mario. I think Dr. Mario plays like Puyo Puyo. A lot of games in this kind of style of you have a couple different colors of the blocks as they fall down. If you match up, I think it's 3 of one color, then you start adding stuff to your enemy, and the main point of it isn't so much to match them, but to match them or to kind of sequence a combo together, and then you get a whole bunch of stuff dropping in on your enemy at once. And if you can manage to do that, then you can win pretty quickly. And if you try to do it like one-offs of 3s or 4s or 5s or whatever, you're typically going to lose. That's kind of how this one goes. Chivo set here is get through all the stages on normal or harder. With beginner mode on hardest difficulty. Beat stage 3 on hardest. Beat stage 13 on hardest.
And again, welcome to the Aperture Science Computer-Aided Enrichment Center.
Destroy at least 12 Puyos simultaneously during a chain in lists. Get a 5x chain in scenario. Get a score of 100,000. It's going pretty good. We are going through the ARIA review, where we look through the last kind of the last week's worth of new sets on Retro Achievements here. Got the link there in the pinned at the top, or pinned as the chat there, in the chat there. But basically, we are any new GameCube games. There is one we haven't gotten to talking about it yet, but it's NHL Hits. Speaking of hockey being your favorite game, Manny.
Hey. Oh man, I would love to stay in chat, but I literally got a message that I have to go. So, thank you for having me. Enjoy the remaining games. Sorry to peace out real quick.
Oh, no problem, man. Thank you so much for joining and co-hosting. It's been great.
No problem. Have a good one.
You too, man. Let me throw Manny a shout out here. Manny was joining me for talking about just the sets that were coming up. Pokemon Channel. Doesn't Pokemon Channel already have a set? I thought Pokemon Channel had a set. Because that was one of the launch event games. Yeah, Pokemon Channel has a set.
There we go. Not too bad. I wonder if this is even in the.
I'll link it here in chat.
I do, but.
So yeah, if you like that one, I think that's kind of like a like hang out with your Pokemon kind of game. It's a bit like slice of life simulation-ish. Bit different from most of the Pokemon games. But we were looking at Puyo Puyo on Game Boy. It's basically Puyo Puyo. What can you say? But basically just beat the game on the hardest difficulty and get a lot of chains, get a lot of points. Pretty straightforward. And let's see here. We talked about Kaneko Man earlier. That actually showed up down here. So that's a MSX wrestling game. Next up we got Midnight Club, LA Remix. You played it all the way through. It's meant for people who love Hey You Pikachu and the mini games at the stadium. Yeah. So it's very much like Hey You Pikachu. It's the which is like the I don't know. It's not the photography game, but you're like doing various activities with your pet Pikachu. It's very cute. One of your followers was hoping 007 Nightfire for GameCube was in there. We had 007 Quantum of Solace for PS2. That got a set. We were talking about that earlier. It's kind of a third-person shooter. Very pretty linear. We were watching a playthrough of it. Very fast-paced. Tries to keep you going and going. So it's not really as exploration heavy as some other third-person shooter games are. But yeah, if you like 007, there is a 007 game for you. One Bond game, at least. When was the last time they made a 007? I have no idea. Quantum of Solace sounds... I guess I haven't really even kept up with 007 movies. I think there was the last one of Daniel Craig? I think there was the last one that was Daniel Craig. They were talking about making another one, doing kind of a, I don't know, there's going to be like a female Bond or something they were talking about. I don't know if that ever got made or if there was, I don't know. A lot of people were pretty down on it because, female Bond, whatever. Kind of destroys the whole point of the character. But I don't know if they made a movie of the last one. There was a Casino Royale remake. There was Quantum of Solace. There was, what was the last one called? He went down to a Day of the Dead parade in Mexico. I think was the opening. And then he hid in I don't remember if it was Scotland or Wales or something with M. Something like that. I forget what the most recent movie was with Daniel Craig, but man, that was like a decade ago. Feels like, so I don't think they've made any more games. Anyway, sorry for rambling. Next up here we got Midnight Club LA Remix on PSP. So it's another Midnight Club game. We've seen quite a few of these on PS2. I think this might actually just be a port of one of the ones on PS2. Maybe? LA Remix. Maybe not. Maybe not. It's kind of its own game. But these are, I think, from Rockstar? Yeah, Rockstar. So if you play the other Midnight Club games, it's probably going to be pretty similar to that. Pretty straightforward racing games. You're kind of driving through cities. There's going to be like traffic, oncoming traffic. Your car can take damage and things from hitting stuff. You're up against other racers that you can like knock into things. It's not really the point to knock them away. If you spend too much time, you're gonna lose races. But you can't kind of like knock them into traffic and stuff to slow them down. Okay, so I want you to win a bunch of different courses with specific cars. Win races in each style of car. Unlock a cop car. Do a bunch of stuff in Tokyo. I think you earn a reputation just by, really by racing. So do a bunch of races. Oh, I see. You're getting different cars by winning these races. Is that how it is up here? Oh yeah, it is. Okay, so it's not winning the races with the car. It's winning the race and get the car. That's what that is. Okay. what else we got here? Okay, so there's some collectibles in each city. I know there's you can kind of free drive through the cities as well in certain sections. You get some different activities. Looks like that. There's some time attack stuff. Actually, a lot less time attack stuff than I would expect. You need to play that. Actually badge the Ratchet & Clank PS2 games. You need to do the PSP games. Oh, the Ratchet & Clank PSP. Well, we're talking about like Midnight Club right now, but I'll pull up a video of it. Let's get to the actual gameplay here. There we go. This is kind of a bad video of it. Oof, 240p. Blah. Usually you can bump up the resolution pretty high on the PSP emulators these days. Make it look more like the PS2. It's artifacting pretty badly. I don't know how it's coming over stream, but the video here is quality is pretty bad. I wonder if there's another one. Oh yeah, this is 1080p. This is a lot better looking. There we go. That looks better. This is one of the end game cars, I'm guessing. Going pretty quick here. You have kind of a grind a little bit in the early part of the game because you have kind of crappy cars early on, and it gets progressively. It kind of gets easier as you go. As far as the Midnight Club games go. But there you go. If you like any of the other Midnight Club games, I would recommend the ones on PSP as well.
Did you miss me?
When are you gonna step up and do the downtown time trial? I wanna see where all this game is, player.
Yeah, you get random quests like that. Gotta drive around to where the race is going on and stuff. But can also collect stuff in town. So there you go. Alright, then we had... what else here? Def Jam. So this one is a 3D fighter, where you play as different rappers from the era. This is like, what, 2000s? Something like that. So there's a whole series of these Def Jam games. Kind of... I don't know if there's like insult mechanics in there too, but it's you're basically just like get a bunch of rap celebrity characters in, and then you can pick them as fighters and have them fight against each other. So if you're into rap from the era, this might be down your this might be up your alley. If you're into 3D fighting games, it might be up your alley. Probably not gonna pull this one up because it probably has a lot of licensed music. I know our friend Mame likes this stuff a lot. Shout out. Let's see. So there are a couple levels with. It looks like you have some.
God damn it.
Probably in given levels you have specific obstacles in the background that you can defeat enemies by throwing them into. So like you gotta throw them into a train, throwing them out of a window, stuff like that. So it wants you to, achievements here want you to do that. Looks like you can level your character up through the game, so there's some RPG elements. One of the Chivos here is to defeat a certain character only knowing one fighting style. Beat the game on hard, beat various characters on hard. Learn all the moves, max out all your stats. Buy all the cosmetics. So wear a full suit and all the most expensive jewelry. Get all the tattoos. Win one-on-ones with various rule sets on hardest difficulty. Got a window match, subway match, demolition match, cage match, ring out match. Execute a blazing move. So I could do a super, essentially. Defeat the end boss with a female character. Standard rules on hard difficulty. All right, there you go. So if you like Def Jam, if you like rap and rap stars of that era, 2006, and or you like fighting games, give it a shot. Next up, we got Treasures of the Deep. This one is a kind of, I mean, it has some aspects kind of like maybe Aquanauts Holiday, where you're like kind of exploring underwater and just finding different creatures, finding different sort of like relics and artifacts and things. But you have competitors in this one, and so sometimes you have to fight them for various things. And this one you are netting various creatures too. So you're capturing some creatures for study. Let's see. So a lot of there's time attacks for various missions. Collect 1-ups in those areas. Get a certain amount of gold within the course of the mission. Net certain creatures within those missions. Oh, there's some bonus levels. Destroy a humpback whale while in shark attack. Okay, so I guess you have to play a shark or something during the bonus level. That's kind of fun. Alright, let's take a look at this one. Treasures of the Deep. This was on PlayStation. I did, this one does look pretty cool. I booted it up prior to the stream a bit. Let's get into the actual gameplay here if we can. So you're on this little gunboat kind of thing.
To find your next target, go to the red dot on your overhead map.
Oh, I guess you have to fight off sharks if you come in contact with sharks. Oh, he just took out some guy and took his oxygen. So okay, not quite like Aquanauts Holiday because you don't have the kind of free range exploration that you had in that game. This one's more about getting through the specific courses and collecting things in those courses. Anyway, pretty neat game. Worth checking out if you like vehicular combat kind of games and or under the sea games. Anywho, there you go. Then we got another mini game from Crayon Shin-chan. So Crayon Shin-chan's like a an anime in Japan. It's aimed at very little kids. Main character is kind of a prankster, pulls a lot of pranks on his family and friends and stuff. There's a couple games we've seen already, like on Game Gear and such, that are mini games. This one's all kind of themed around playing with your pet. So he's got his it's Shin-chan Ora Toshiro. So me and Shiro are friends. Is the subtitle there. So actually, take that back. Made me think of a different game. This one's a 2D platformer. Okay. So let's look this one up. Play. There we go. Okay, so this probably plays more like the, I think there's a Super Nintendo, maybe a Nintendo game as well, that's a 2D platformer, so this plays more like that. So pretty straightforward 2D platformer. Not even sure if you have attacks or anything you can use there. But maybe worth a shot if you like 2D platformers. Probably pretty short game because it's on Game Boy. It's only 4 levels? Looks like 4 levels. Oh, and there are some mini games. So you need to do well in the mini games as well. Those are probably for like bonus stages. Yeah, I want you to collect get all the collectibles in each level. So some Chocobi, which is probably like a candy bar, and extra lives. Alright. We got a few more that came up. Oh boy. Yeah, I think we'll end with that here. Actually, we'll end with the NHL hits here, and then we'll pick up with WWF Warzone next time. Because it's already like 5 hours in, and I got to do Peak Streak too. It's already midnight here. Anyway, so NHL hits will be the last game we'll look at tonight. This is for the 2002 one. Most of these sports games, a lot of times with the sets, they will have you set up specific games that actually happened Usually they'll have you like beat the game with each team. Okay, so beat all 30 teams in championship mode, earn the Stanley Cup. Win the cup in championship mode with Minnesota and on all-star difficulty. Midway Cup. With a tennis ball cheat. With fights on while locked in the same position the whole game. On all-star difficulty. Let's see, first 7 wins and win fights for goals, and then with the match under 5 minutes. Bulldozer and domino effect cheats. Okay, so they want you to use some of the cheats for these achievements to maybe change some of the physics of the game, sounds like. Score at least 15 more goals than the rival team with a game speed at least 10. All cheats are allowed. Huh. Win a championship game on All-Star with Hockey Ball and Infinite Turbo cheats active. Okay. Buy all the stadiums in the hockey shop. Buy everything in the hockey shop. Clear all 21 skill games. Catch on fire by scoring 3 goals in a championship game. Okay, so locked in a position probably, I was thinking that meant like staying put, but that's probably just like playing as one particular, not switching characters as you're going. Score 3 goals with the player at home and catch them on fire. Score 3 one-timers without getting scored on and earn team fire. Huh. Okay, let's look this one up. Bum, bum, bum.
Successful on the draw. Leclerc, a good check by Carter. Solid contact made by Leclerc. Leclerc. Now Primo. He passes the puck to Leclerc. Now Primo. Shot! Save! Now Carter. A solid hit. A solid hit by Smith. Carter skating with the puck. He shoots the puck. Stop! Smith, Carter. Saved by the stick. Now Recchi. Primo. Now Carter. The puck taken by Primo. A huge hit by Primo. Leclerc. The attempt is handled by Salo. Now Nienema. Solid contact. A teeth-rattling hit by Leclerc. Now Recchi. A solid check by Smith. Smith. Now Carter. Good hit. Recchi. Primo. Carter. Taken out. Now Primo. Recchi.
Oh, there you go. It's hockey. I feel like some of the other 3D hockey games, maybe give this one a shot. I kind of feel like a lot of these, whether it's soccer or hockey or, I don't know, maybe even like lacrosse or football, they all, I don't know, they all kind of play sort of similarly in a lot of these ways. Just a lot of passing back and forth and getting things to the goal. Maybe more soccer than football, but anyway, there you go. If you like hockey games, give it a shot. All right, I think that's where we'll end off for the night. We didn't get around to doing community highlights, just because I've been playing too many of these games and playing them too long. I had too much fun with that Brotherhood of Steel. I'll probably play some more of that. Probably play some Echo Knight and some of that other Mizurna Falls one of these days. So some pretty cool games today. And like I said, we'll start off with WWF Warzone next time. What else should I mention? Oh yeah, so Yesterday we got a new achievement of the week. It is the Magic Knight Rayearth, which is a Super Nintendo RPG. So, I think it's just the there's some water boss or something. Water mashing. I think it's this one. Happiness for your friends. Yeah. So it's not even all the way through the game. Maybe about like halfway through the game. I think Foxy was saying it was about maybe like two or 3 hours in, or maybe the whole game is 2 or 3 hours, something like that. Pretty short RPG. A lot of exposition though, so you can probably skip through a lot of that if you don't really care about the background and the lore for Magic Knight Rayearth. But anyway, that is the achievement of the week, so I'll be working on that later this week as well. Probably going to go for the badge from last week's game, which was a Disaster Report on PS2. And getting kind of close to the badge for Sly Cooper. I just need to do a lot more, get those speedruns in. Probably work a little bit at a time on those. But thanks everybody for coming out. Thank you for the raid. I forget who raided everything. That's bad. Let's see. Thank you for the follows. Frost, Turd Ferguson, Rapid Beeve, VCG. That's who raided. VCG raided almost right as we started. But if you're still around, VCG, thanks for the raid. Really appreciate you. Thanks again for the new follows, and hope this was helpful and useful for you guys. We'll try to be better about getting to the community highlights next time. But let's go show Wise some love. He's going right now, working on Hulk Ultimate Destruction. It's right over there. Thanks again, everybody. So have yourselves a wonderful evening. Keep earning those Chivos. God bless. Be good to one another. See you guys later. Alright, for those watching on YouTube, thanks for watching. Have yourselves a wonderful evening.